All right, welcome back everyone to Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Yes, it's been a while. Things have been busier than I expected. You'll also notice the stream is a little bit earlier than usual. Hi, Sit Undone. Nice to have you here. Basically, I've decided that because basically all my evenings are busy now, but I'm mostly free during the day. I've been trying to sort of move my stream times earlier in the day, because then I will be able to, actually stream on a semi-daily basis without having to worry about what I have to go do in the evening, which is good, because I'm basically free before 5 p.m., so you don't have to watch until yeah, it's also probably good for you. But yeah, it's about 11 in the morning here. So it's yeah, like I usually stream in like the mid-afternoon, right? 3, 4, 5 in the afternoon, or as people in sane countries call it, 15 right, 15, 14, 15, 16, 17. I forgot how to count. But yeah, I fucking I've been trying to move, but like because I have to like be gone at like 5. Obviously if I start streaming at 3, that gives me like an hour and a half to stream, and I'm usually coming back at like 10 and I'm too tired to stream, so I sleep around 3 a.m. anyway. It's not much of an issue for me. But yeah, fair enough. I do so too. But yeah, it's just generally speaking, it's gonna be a good idea to just move my streams a little bit earlier. This is I think this 11 is a good time because it gives me time to eat like an early like lunch. I like eating lunch early anyway, so I'm perfectly fine with just eating my lunch at like 10:30, and then I can stream for like a good like 5-6 hours, which is before I need to go. So this is probably going to be roughly when we're going to be starting to stream in the future. But we'll see. There might be adjustments, right? We might start a bit later, might start a bit earlier. We shall see. As we're falling into this new rhythm, it's going to be a bit of a learning process, absolutely. But yeah, let's get right into it, shall we? So I'm just gonna leave my my stream playlist playing for a little bit with the game muted, just because we gotta. It's been a while, so we gotta run through the course record as we do, and I would like some. I would like to have some more varied music than just the game's music. Which, like, don't get me wrong. The Ace Attorney is a fantastic fucking music, but it's mostly just an issue. I don't want to just listen to the same track for like half an hour while I'm going through the court record. I need some variety. So we're just gonna have the game muted for just the start here. But yeah, I'm predicting this is probably gonna be the final day of the trial if I had to guess, because it's like, we know who did it. We've got most of the mysteries solved, so I'm guessing this will be the final day of the trial. So, well, thanks to stream I watched from you before Dual Destinies was the last of Trials and Tribulation. Why don't you watch your other Ace Attorney streams, since we had similar opinions today? But like, that would take a ton of time. Yeah, that's the problem with long series. It just takes a long time to catch up. Yeah, I'm currently watching through some people play through Persona 3, the original, not Reload. And yeah, I mostly will just like pop on some old, the old VODs while I'm like eating or something. All right, let's go through people first. Obviously, Trucy, Jinxie, Maid, QB Manor, friend of Trucy. She thinks I'm a demon, right? And she's like the main witness who saw Tenmataro supposedly fleeing from the scene of the crime, right? All right. Amazing Ninetales, a master wrestler who sparked the monster craze. He's against the municipal merger. No one knows his true identity. Oh yeah, before we get started, just a quick thing. You might notice I am in a different room than I used to be. That is because I moved. I'm still in the same apartment building, just in a different apartment. And it's a lot nicer. The only issue is that it's on the opposite side of the building, on the side of the building that's closer to a busier street, so you might hear more like cars and trucks drive by in the background. To rearrange most of the AA cases already, some of them even multiple times, which I rushed around like 5 times. I don't want to read. Yeah, that's fair. There are some games that I have rewatched an inordinate amount of times. Yeah. I don't fault you for not wanting to, sit through everything again. Big Rise from the Ashes fan. I fucking love Rise from the Ashes. It's it's definitely like top 3 cases, but it's hard to pick one of my favorite cases, but it's so good. A lot of people think that it's too slow. And I can definitely remember a couple of the investigation portions sort of dragging on a little bit, but overall I thought the pacing was excellent. It was a great slow burn. Right, Master Wrestler, he managed municipal merger, no one knows his identity, but it was actually Rex Hubie who was trying to stop the municipal merger, which was Damien Tenma was pushing, but because he was being blackmailed by Florent LaBelle. Okay, it's coming back to me. This time in the Maritime Town, he was found unconscious at the scene of the crime, right, which is why he was accused of the murder. Yeah, he was framed by Florent. I think it should have been longer. Hell yeah! Fuck, man. They should make an Ace Attorney game that is just a single case. It's just a single, 40-hour case. I would be so down for that. Was this the second trial? This is, in fact, yeah, still the second trial. Yeah, I should have it on the title. Case 2, Part 4. Oh, or are you asking if this is the second case, or if this is the second trial day for this case? This is Alderman of Ninetales Vale, right? Second part of the case. Yes, this is the second trial date. Athena Sykes, latest lawyer, right? She's got the psychology shit that won't get attacked by a vicious hawk. Caretaker Kubi Manor. He says he was guarding the entrance at the time of the murder. Right, but he wasn't guarding fucking shit. Next time investigating the murder in Ninetales Vale, he's a self-styled champion of justice, keeper of the peace. Near times 8, he's supposedly in the foyer with Filch at the time of the murder. Right, so Florent, was sort of blackmailing Damien into forcing the municipal merger so that they'd have access to the Forbidden Chamber, which he would then break into in order to, find some, treasure or whatever. But, as it turns out, that treasure had been long ago stolen by Filch's, grandfather or something. Phoenix, and then this emo bitch. Prosecutor and prison inmate, he has mastered the use of psychological manipulation in courtroom battles. I want 3-day trials back. Yeah, I like the longer trials. Sheriff's Attorney's badge. Put it on, makes me feel ready. Yokai Legend Scroll. Sole document showing Tenmataro looks like. It seems those who follow choose to depict the demon are cursed. Right, and very notably, in this version, Tenmataro does not have a staff. Special edition newspaper. Tenmataro at 3:40, right, that's when the flying Tenmataro was spotted. Right, that's the map. Foyer. Right. Jinxie. That's what the original looked like. Interesting. So yeah. That means anyone yeah. The only people that should know what this statue looks like are Jinxie, Tenma, Kyuubi, and the Killer, theoretically. And obviously this statue was used to bonk, to bonk Tenma in the head, knocking him out. And you would assume that that's when the top of the statue broke off, but it's worth noting there's no blood on the top of the statue, which to me means it broke off before it was used as a weapon, which is interesting. Apparently, wrapped in a large cloth, or the defendant's blood was also found after cloth, right? Because the killer was wearing gloves. Prime photo, right? Notice of Riverside has been in the crime scene with white hair inside. House glossy, right? I think it's more dramatic too. Absolutely, yeah. Man, Jinx's eyewitness accounts of demon in the hallway near the crime scene. She says she fled towards the foyer. Leaving the scene and calling the police, they pass each other in bed in the hallway. You aim for the foyer. He was carrying a staff-like implemented jingle. You can call for help. There's no one else in the hall. Right. So obviously, she goes into the Fox chamber, right? Sees the bodies, comes out, goes on the phone, and then Tenmataro comes out of the same Fox chamber. That means Tenmataro either came in through the window, which is probably not the case, was in the Forbidden Chamber, or in the air duct. However, we've established that the air duct is probably not the one, because it has way too much dust in it for it to have been used, which leaves the Forbidden Chamber as the most likely place. However, the door to the Forbidden Chamber was locked, so... And QB autopsy report stabbed the spear, time of death, right, 20 minutes before Tenmataro was spotted flying. Right, drug-induced slumber, right, they got drugged somehow. Key, the mayor took from the killer and swallowed. There's only one of its kind. Right, but that's the issue, because the, and that's, I think, going to be the crux of the case, right? Then, Couleur Melibel. Hair color washes out with water. It floors the Bell's own brand and isn't available to the general public. Dropped in the Forbidden Chamber, it bears the Je suis Lebel logo, hand cream, right? Proving that Lebel had been in the Forbidden Chamber. Then the Yasuki Kozo figure. Apparently it's something a certain thief leaves at the scene of the crime. Right. So the key, I think, is going to be the main thing in this case, because the, obviously, when we arrived, right, the Forbidden Chamber was locked. This is a fact. That means, and then, before his death, Alderman QB swallowed the key. That means once QB was dead, no one could have locked or unlocked the chamber. I really get into games like a very involved wants to do. I played Undertale, Hollow Knight, and 2 Days Eternity, but now I got to Genshin Impact. What a massive downgrade! You should check out the Persona series. It's very good, especially if you I'm personally not a fan of Persona 4 that much, but if you really like the murder mystery type of thing, I would recommend Persona 4. If not, go for Persona 3 Reload. I think it's a fantastic introduction to the series. Yeah, so the chamber would have gotten either locked or unlocked before QB's death. The chamber was locked. The first time with murder mysteries. Yeah, it's another game that you might enjoy if you like if you like Ace Attorney, check out the Danganronpa series. That's another excellent series of murder mystery visual novel games. Yeah, the Forbidden Chamber. So the Forbidden Chamber was locked when Alderman QB was murdered, which means there was no way for Florent to have been hidden in the Forbidden Chamber, right? Unless we do know there was another entrance to the chamber that led outside, so maybe he could have gone out the window then in through the hidden entrance to the, but that seems a bit too complicated. But it is possible, so we'll leave that as an open possibility. Yeah, the timeline just doesn't match up, because again, if you know the timeline of events, right? Hubie and Tenma were drugged. Florent Rebel goes into the Fox Chamber. He kills the Alderman, knocks out Tenma. Then as Jinxie's coming in, he hides in the Forbidden Chamber. Then when Jinxie leaves, he comes out, dons the Tenma Tower costume, and runs out. That makes sense. But the problem there is the key, right? There is, however, one other possibility. If we simply reverse the timing from what we believe it to be, right? Because we know... Right, we know that Jinxie, after seeing the scene of the crime, she immediately went to call the police. What if Hubie wasn't yet dead? Right? What if... Because we know that QB was drugged before being killed. So he could have simply seemed to be dead when in reality he wasn't. That's a possibility. Right? If Jinxie walked in and saw QB sort of slumped over his chair, you know, unconscious from the poison, she could have believed he was dead, then ran out. Right, okay, so let's reconstruct a different set of events. Florent Lebel knocks out both Tenma and QB using some kind of chemical. He then comes in, steals the key from QB, I think was the one that had it, unlocks the Fox Chamber, heads in, finds absolutely no fucking treasure, right? And we know he was in the Fox Chamber because that's where we found his little hand cream, and we know the killer was in the Fox Chamber because he had the staff. So we know for a fact that Florent is the killer who was in the Fox Chamber. So he goes into the Fox Chamber, maybe takes the staff, I guess, thinking that maybe, because like from everything that I could figure out, I'm guessing Florent is just after money. But he goes into the chamber, sees that there's no actual treasure there because it had all been stolen years ago. So instead, he just maybe grabs the staff, thinking it could maybe be thinking it could maybe be valuable. Meanwhile, while he's in the Forbidden Chamber, Jinxie comes into the room. He sees QB and Tenma slumped over their chairs, knocked out by the drugs. So she thinks they're dead, runs out to go call the police. Meanwhile, LaBelle comes out of the Fox Chamber, locks it up, smashes Tenma over the head, kills QB. With his last bits of strength, QB swallows the key, and then LaBelle puts on the Tenmataro costume and runs out. Thus, that leaves the feathers. That leaves It's possible, but then that doesn't explain. Yeah, and why is there blood underneath the teacup and the feathers, but not on them? It's like they were placed there after the fact. But there shouldn't have been that much time. Because, like, in the time it would take Jinxie to run out of the room and call the cops and then see Tenmataro, like, I could believe Florent could commit the murder in that amount of time. I could also believe Florent could set up the crime scene in that amount of time. But I don't think he could do both. I don't think there'd be enough time for that, so... yeah, I'm still not entirely sure what the order of events here is. Because... oh, sorry. Mayor Tenma is the one that swallowed the key. Okay. Then that actually changes things up a little bit. It's actually then possible that LaBelle came in and killed QB, but he never intended to, you know, beat the shit out of Tenma. He comes in, kills QB, steals the key from him, goes into the Fox chamber, does whatever the fuck he did there. In the meantime, Jinxie walks in, she sees her dad slumped down on his chair, and Alderman QB dead on the table, so she runs out to call the cops. Florent sees this as his opportunity. He comes out of the Fox chamber, locks it up, and then proceeds to start setting up the crime scene by dressing up as Tenmataro and leaving the feathers and whatnot. However, as he's doing that, the timer on the chemical that he used to knock out Tenma and QB runs out. And so Tenma starts waking up. He confronts LaBelle, and maybe he's still sort of in a daze, so he doesn't quite remember what happened. Or maybe he saw or maybe LaBelle was already in the Tenmataro costume at that point, which is why he doesn't immediately say, oh, it was LaBelle, and why he maybe legitimately thinks it was the spirit of Tenmataro. But for whatever reason, maybe he's just starting to wake up and is still not completely lucid. LaBelle notices this, so he picks up the nearest object, the statue, and smashes him over the head. But wait. Yeah, sorry. He wakes up, tries to fight back against the unknown assailant who is wearing the Tenmataro costume, who he doesn't know is Florent LaBelle, manages to wrestle the key from him, swallows it to prevent him from, you know, breaking into the Forbidden Chamber, just not knowing that had already happened. At that point, Florent manages to grab the statue and knocks him out, thus leaving the scene as it is. Then he runs out. Based on what evidence you assume Jinxie was on the scene before LaBelle left? Based on her testimony. Because we know for a fact that Jinxie went into the Fox chamber, saw the bodies, then she ran over here to call the police, and while she was coming back from calling the police, that's when she sees Tenmataro run out of the building. So the only way that could work is if Tenmataro, right? Because she, here's her testimony. So they passed each other at a bend in the hallway, and he made for the foyer. Hearing staff like implement the jingle. Couldn't call for help because there was no one else in the hall. Yeah, after calling the police, which was after she discovered the bodies, she ran into Tenmataro at that sort of crossroads. Now, I guess he could have been coming from this direction. That's not really something I'd considered, but I'm pretty sure that the flashback that we saw had him coming through this direction. Thought she saw no, she saw the figure after calling the cops. So that was definitely after she had already seen the scene. So that means, yeah, because that's the main crux of the mystery. Because if it was just like LaBelle went in, killed people, then ran out, then Jinxie ran in, that'd be an easy mystery to solve. The real question is, where was Florent LaBelle hiding the first time Jinxie went into the Fox chamber, right? And I think I'm starting to I'm starting to like my theory that QB was killed first, Then he went in the Forbidden Chamber, and then after he came out, that's when he fought Tenma while Jinxie was calling the police, and that's when he knocked him out. But did she see the scene before calling the cops? Yeah. Because that's why she called the cops. Because if she hadn't, like, if she hadn't seen the murder scene, there would have been no reason for her to call the cops, right? Yeah, there we go. After leaving the scene, calling the police. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's explicitly stated that she was in that room before she called the cops and then ran into Tentaro. I misremembered. Probably, yeah. You did say it's been a while since you've seen this case. Yeah, so I think that has to be it. I'm open to more, I'm still going to keep an open mind because that's how any good detective should operate. But yeah, my operating theory right now is that LaBelle was in the Forbidden Chamber when Jinxie ran in, and the reason why that's possible is because he actually knocked out Tenma after that happened. But let's run with that for now.
Court is back in session for the trial of Damien Tenma.
Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. Athena Sykes, assistant defender, is ready too, Your Honor. Je suis prêt.
As chipper as ever, I see, and in French, no less. Are you making fun about my brother for being Canadian? And what about the prosecution? Very well then. By the way, I asked Defendant Bullbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackquill. Now, your opening statement, if you would.
I didn't miss the judge at all. Oh, come on, I love him.
I believe it's standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it.
It looks like the judge is really bringing it today. He probably realized how Blackquill played him. That's one mean game, as Simon says. Yeah, his honor has to fight to defend his honor today.
Your baldness. It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement.
I have? I don't know if I'd say that.
Why, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. That was the look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you have been watching opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court. The one thing you could not possess.
The crown jewels of the court?
God, he's so easily manipulable. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm not liking the fact that Simon seems to be just acting like Gato a little bit. Also, let me just review my voice for Blackquill. I think this was right, but I just wanted to make sure. Honestly, as long as Blackquill's bullshit doesn't just prolong the trial as badly as like Gato did, I'm perfectly fine with it. But if we end up getting a repeat of like the Gato shenanigans from Trials and Tribulations, I'm gonna be very mad. The defense holds this Tenmataro impersonator is the true killer.
What?
As you say, The kind of fool would actually believe such rubbish. If that's the fairy tale, easily exposed the culprit.
Okay. Yeah, it's close enough. All the prosecutors besides Clavier are similar when it comes to their attitude. Kind of. I think Edgeworth is generally on the better side, especially after his sort of character development stuff. But yeah, Franziska, Gatto, and Blackquill all fucking suck. Not my boy Clavier. My boy is just a good prosecutor from like his first fucking case. He's done nothing but be a good boy who's like perfectly willing to work and help out the defense in order to find the truth. I fucking love him. And honestly, the reason why Clavier is a great prosecutor is because he just doesn't give a shit about prosecution, right? That's the thing. Edgeworth, Franziska are too busy with their fucking perfect win records. Same with Manfred. Gatto is too fucking busy trying to like get revenge on Wright. Blackquill, I don't really know what his fucking deal is, but something. Clavier doesn't give a shit about prosecution. He's like, prosecution is a side gig for him. Like when we see him as like when we see him at the fucking Gaviner's concert, like that's when he starts acting like a proper Ace Attorney prosecutor. Like when shit starts going wrong in his concert, that's the only time that he actually acts like an Ace Attorney like prosecutor normally acts. But when he's in a trial, because he doesn't actually give a shit about his win record, because he doesn't give a shit about prosecution, he's just like, yeah, sure, I'm just gonna find whatever the truth is, dude. And so he just lets you do whatever the fuck you want in order to reach the truth. He's fucking great. Cares a lot about his job, not just winning. Well, that's the thing. I don't actually think Clavier cares much about his job at all. I think he just finds it sort of like mildly fun side gig. It's very clear that like what he's actually passionate about is music. And like when it comes to the Gaviners, he is this sort of like super control freak that's like constantly scowling and shit. But when it comes to trials, he's just there having a good time, you know? Puts up a good fight in the first Thunder Case 4. Yeah. Well, I think he always puts up good fights. Because he doesn't actually... Like, when I say that he doesn't care about prosecution, I don't mean that he just doesn't give a shit. I mean that it's not super important to him. He's just like, yeah, this is my job and I'm gonna do it. And he's just competent at it, you know? But he doesn't use like underhanded tactics to win. Because he's just gotta, you know, like if something goes wrong in one of his concerts, he'll lose his shit. But if something goes wrong in the courtroom and like his evidence doesn't pan out, he'll be just like, yeah, okay, I guess I was wrong. Cool, moving on. Because it's just like it's just his like he channels all his like controlling like perfectionist energy into his music instead of his prosecution. If only more people were like him, yeah. If every fucking prosecutor in the Ace Attorney games was Clavier Gavin, honestly, most of the bullshit would never even happen. Like, there would be so many cases that would be just solved significantly easier if Clavier was just there instead of, like, Gatto and shit.
Now, at long last, they are within your grasp. How could you possibly refuse?
Oh, so you don't mind if I do it then?
I'll make a special exception. Just this once.
Here we go again. Yep, more Blackquill's mind games.
Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and make the opening statement myself. In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim, Alderman Rex Cubey, was the amazing Nine Tails. We also learned that the Amazing Ninetales was a key figure in the yokai craze and the anti-merger protests. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex Cuby's secret identity, Mayor Damien Tenma murdered him. The fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought to light. The only people in that tightly locked room were the defendant and the victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party, but further investigation revealed no proof of the third party who had escaped the room.
Ergo,
we must conclude the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Did I say something wrong?
that was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time.
One more thing to boast about my grandchild.
Well, this was not an unexpected turn of events. We keep mashing on Gato with every episode. He deserves it.
Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify.
Like, I'm sorry, but Gato single-handedly makes Trials and Tribulations one of my least favorite Ace Attorney games. Like, I have my issues with just the mechanics of, like, don't get me, like, I have some other issues, right? Like, some of the mechanics for, Bruce to Turnabout make no sense. And, Recipe for Turnabout is just probably the worst case in the whole series. But, like, the Stolen Turnabout is, like, one of my favorite cases in the entire series. But, like, just having to go against Gato's bullshit was just annoying.
Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify.
Inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Well, does that not demand some sort of explanation?
Feathers and tracks. Were those left by the mayor while he was possessed?
That was but an act to protect his daughter.
Oh, yes, of course. I had suspected as much myself.
Wait, did he actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance?
His daughter was the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai and the manor was the manor's maid, Jinxie Tenma.
Objection!
Yeah, true. The prosecution is engaging in mere conjecture.
Would you care for some witness testimony then? Or I'm ready to prove that little scamp was behind the Tenmataro farce.
Witness testimony? I bet it means Filch and that creep LaBelle. Please, bring LaBelle to the stand. Let's just make this quick.
Very well then, bailiff, would you bring in the first witness?
Alright, who do we got? Yeah, Filch. Yeah. We're not gonna be able to get a crack at LaBelle until later.
See that it doesn't happen again today.
Been known for my hasty retreat since I was a kid. A bit of a trademark for me.
Fuck, what was his voice? Sorry, it's been so long. Oh, the judge probably falls for the fucking Nigerian prince scams on a daily fucking basis. Did Mayor Tenma say anything? Departure from the village. So according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking to us. You said you plan on staying. You should come close.
But I didn't have no choice.
Okay, yeah. Just squeaky. Cool.
Been known for my hasty retreat since I was a kid. A bit of a trademark of mine.
Indeed, you managed to give a total of 5 bailiffs the slip.
Feel like those amateurs didn't even nab me. Yipes!
Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. that would keep you in place.
Yipes! Oh, please, I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running.
Your statement now.
Yes, sir, Mr. Blackhead, sir. You may beat a nasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackquill.
Yeah, Blackquill doesn't strike me as the give up easy type. Anyways, I'll go now. I'll keep checking this one back once he's gone for the stat. See you in a bit.
Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically, the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after the crime.
The yokai is Jinxie.
Yeah, Tenmataru's really that little maid gal. Ain't no doubt about it. I mean, Tenmataru I saw was just a little thing about her size. I bet the little runt had a big old stuff. I seen it when she came into the foyer. Yeah, betcha she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. Guess she was gonna use it to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation. I just know it.
So, Tenmataru was short in stature. And that's because it was Miss Jinxie Tenma all along.
Yeah, betcha. Yeah, besides, all the rest of the manor were way taller than her.
Attaining height is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defendant could never pass for short.
What if Tenmataru impersonator was walking on their knees?
Yeah, weren't known you walking. I saw it. I seen it myself.
Then perhaps the yokai really was Miss Tenma after all.
All monsters are naught but tricks, either of the mind or the cheap parlor variety.
Sir, this is a world with ghosts and, like, possessions and shit.
So, you're saying she created an illusion, like one of those magical eye things?
Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Tonight he cries and screams about some ghost he thinks he sees. But in truth, it was simply the janitor.
Ho ho ho! Prosecutor Blackquill just gave up the ghost! Literally.
The janitor's deathly complexion and all-white attire are, no doubt, partially to blame. That and the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that.
Actually, sounds like a real ghost to me. Yeah. Are you sure it's not just the ghost of a janitor? And you're the one that's mistaken?
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Alright. You okay, Jinxie?
Yeah, Tenmataru's really that little maid girl. Ain't no doubt about it.
Okay. Mr. Filch, you and Mr. LaBelle mentioned something about practice yesterday. Do you deny this so-called lesson was... You deny this so-called lesson was about what you were supposed to say in court?
Now, you got it all wrong.
And could you tell the court exactly what sort of lesson it was?
Oh, what was it again? Apes! Now I remember. Math, numbers and stuff.
He's completely under Blackwill's control, too!
Anyway, that Tenmataru is a little maid gal, so what's the difference?
Okay. That's interesting. I think you got a good look at how tall Tenmataru impersonator was.
You betcha! I got a habit of sizing people up. I can even give you a primer on how to pull it off. All under the table. Notch! I got an app for figuring out where people's pockets are and how much money they have. I size them real good before I relieve them of their valuables.
Just admitted to being a pickpocket right here in court.
Or does the witness hold that this Tenmataru entered the foyer?
Ain't that right, I do.
Okay. Nothing wrong there. That run had a big old staff. I seen it when she came into the foyer. Right, that is correct. Well, you're not gonna brush it all off by claiming the prep is short.
Must have hit a raw nerve because you ain't that tall yourself.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that's such a great fucking cut. Holy shit. Who's talking, mister? I've got to stand in a box just to testify. Anyway, Mr. Filch, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you say Tenmatara you saw had a staff?
Cross my heart and hope to die. I know it because I swear to jingle and a jingle.
Cause I got spurs that jingle, 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 and I know as I roll riding merrily along. Fuck, I forgot how the song goes. And where do you suppose that staff came from?
Ah, the staff, you say? Well, I betcha she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling onto the crime scene.
How do you know there's a staff in the Forbidden Chamber? I suppose you mean to say that Jinxie Tenma entered the Forbidden Chamber to get one.
Well, I ain't never seen a staff like that in the manor.
I guess that's fair.
So it had to be the Forbidden Chamber.
Oh, really? The Saints of Mr. LaBelle is thick in the air today. Seems he entered the Forbidden Chamber after the incident? And she took the staff and tried to cover up her actions by pretending to be Tenmataro. I guess that's what Filch is trying to say. Could Jinxie have entered the Forbidden Chamber if she wanted to?
There is one thing I was wondering about. What did the yokai have a staff in the... Why did the yokai have a staff in the first place?
Yeah. Well, I've got my hunches about that.
Hmm.
And he used to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation. I just know it.
Wallop you? Why would the so-called yokai want to do that?
That little maid girl never did like me. She always hightails it when I come around her. She sticks these weird papers on my noggin.
She probably thinks of him as the dreaded Tanuki monster of QB Manor or something. We need to prove that Jinxie isn't Tenmataro. I have no idea how we're gonna do that. All we have to do is prove that it was impossible for Jinxie to turn into Tenmataro. That might be easier than you think. Really? Now's our chance. Our chance to expose the real Tenmataro for all to see. Right. Tataro's a real big girl. I have no evidence against that. No evidence against that. Big old staff. Yeah. It has to be the hand cream because that's because that proves that LaBelle was in the Forbidden Chamber. So let's let's see if we can just drag LaBelle out into the light this early on. It seems a bit early, but we might do it. What else do we have? No. Could be the chamber key, but that doesn't actually help. I think we'll go with the hand cream.
Objection!
No.
I object to you on personal grounds. The sole contradiction lies in what your faulty logic dreamt up just now.
Ah! Okay, still too early to call out LaBelle.
The defense will think twice before making such erroneous statements.
Oh, after stumbling onto the crime scene. Right. Because then the Forbidden Chamber key should have already been swallowed.
Objection!
Duh. Okay. Still a bit too early to call out Florent. Got it. It seemed Tenmataro was in fact not this innocent little girl.
Ah! How'd you figure that?
He claimed Tenmataro you saw had one of those staffs from the Forbidden Chamber. But it would have been impossible for Miss Tenma to get a hold of one.
Care to elaborate, Mr. Justice?
Mayor swallowed this key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber.
What's this?
This key was deep in the mayor's stomach when Miss Tenma discovered the crime scene. As you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Tenma seen holding that staff could not have been Jinxie Tenma.
Ah!
Ah!
What? But then who does the defense believe was impersonating Tenmataro?
Our Tenma impersonator is none other than Mayor Tenma's aide.
Such accusations beg evidence. Aside from its ghastly appearance, they prove he is the yokai we seek.
Yes, in fact, I can. All right, now we drag LaBelle into light.
Very well, let's see where the defense is going with this. Mr. Justice, please show us proof as to the true identity of the Tenmataro impersonator.
Now we present the hand cream. We found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber. And we know that whoever was Tenmataro took one of the staffs out of there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we're looking for.
But Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner?
I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a fingerprint analysis on this piece of evidence. It might tell us who it belongs to.
Interesting. So, you expect to find the yokai's prints there? Very well. I hereby call a short recess while we wait for the fingerprint results.
No need for that, your baldness. You have the prints of everyone at the manor that day.
There you go, the Prosecutor Blackquill.
Fuck, I need to get the voice up.
Poison. Poison for Cusco's. Cusco's poison. That poison. There you go, Prosecutor Blackquill.
Could anyone be more whipped?
Fulbright, analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes.
Your wish is my command. Very well then, I guess we'll just have to wait right here.
It would seem the fingerprint analysis is complete.
What do the results show?
What in the world?
They're Florent LaBelle's prints, aren't they?
This is absurd.
Prosecutor Blackquill? I'm not gonna like this, am I?
Don't tell me! They're Tenmataro's prints!
Fingerprint analysis revealed the prints belong to. Phineas Filch.
Wait, what? What? And Mr. LaBelle wasn't the one who went to the Forbidden Chamber?
Why, you tricksy little tanuki. Explain yourself now.
Sure, the prints are mine. I mean, I did bill for their hand cream for Mr. LaBelle after all.
Oh, shit! Wait, what? So, you're the one who went to the Forbidden Chamber?
So what if I did? Got a problem with it? Yipes!
You fool of a tanuki.
Order, order! Mr. Justice, care to explain what this could mean?
Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber. Wait a second. Does this mean the Tenmataro holding the staff was Phineas Filch? It could be. He did mention that the Tenmataro was short, and he is short. And then when they pan them around the camera, show every lawyer with a white light and sound effect. I don't know. I think it's cool. So that changes things, right? Because LaBelle could have just killed them and then walked out. Then Jinxie finds the bodies, and then she sees Filch, who took the opportunity to sneak into the Forbidden Chamber. I mean, I fully believe if there is like a little exit way that leads outside in the Forbidden Chamber, I fully believe that if anyone could actually manage to like go out there and then into the window into the Fox Chamber, it would be fucking Phineas Filch. That is something I could believe, actually. Well, with it, it's way overused. They use it for everything. I mean, fair.
Yikes! Another cat out of the bag!
Mr. Filch is Tenmataro!
Everyone in the court is fucking losing their mind. I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer?
The witness will explain himself this instant.
Begging your pardon, your honorship, but I was just doing what the alderman told me. He wanted me to be Tenmataro in the village exorcism ritual.
Oh, you mean the event? At the Nine Tails Veil Festival? That was you inside the Tenmataro costume?
Yep, after the event, I went to watch the pro wrestling program. And it bored me to tears on account of all the wrestlers being complete jobbers.
So you didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match?
Yeah, that's when I looked at the Tenmataro costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell if it's me I'm wearing it. And because of his superstitions, no matter what I do, the villagers won't say a word.
In other words, use the superstitions to effectively render yourself invisible.
Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place?
Because of the treasure there. I thought it was my big chance to sneak in and nab it.
Treasure?
Yeah, not only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there.
He went in there not knowing his grandfather had already pilfered it. Guess that's one tale that didn't get passed down from grandpappy to grandson. Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Thus, the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. Yeah, he got in through the little fucking cubbyhole the same way his grandfather did, because he's a fucking sneaky little tanuki.
How could you have possibly gotten in? I got it through the air vent in the foyer. The vent's left of the alderman picture. I went in and made myself a nice little hole. I used to get into the air duct, at least in a Forbidden Chamber I did.
You what? But how's that even possible? Wait a sec. Remember that air vent in the Forbidden Chamber? Yeah. So Mr. Filch found a way to get into that air duct? And that's how he got from the foyer vent to the Forbidden Chamber vent?
Huh! So Tenmataro was nothing more than a cat burglar, or rather, tanuki burglar. And we're back to being without anyone to charge for the alderman's murder.
But that still leaves questions unexplained. Like, if the... I still don't believe that the entire, Tenmataro thing was a red herring, because then, what is this? And, how did Tenmataro, I guess... Yeah, because if he's saying that he used the air vent in the foyer, right? That means he would have gone in around here, which then would have led him to the Forbidden Chamber. But then if he had just come out the same way, he would have ended up here, right? Yet, Jinxie saw him here. So how did he end up in the Fox Chamber then? Looks like we're so-called yokai is nothing more than one big troublemaker. Looks like Filch will be on stand for a while, yeah. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer?
I got out of that costume right quick. Would have just caused trouble at that point.
And where's that costume now?
Yeah, if I know. And it ain't my fault if you never find it.
The police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in the manor.
If it was tossed outside the manor. Ah! No way! Maybe, just maybe.
The defense seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go on, Mr. Justice.
I'm guessing the flying yokai was just it being fucking thrown off a cliff? Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here? Yeah. He threw it out the window. Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor.
You think I tossed it out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. So why would I go and do something like that?
I can think of a few reasons. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out from the window, then the next question would be, what happened to it after that? And if I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you.
You do?
This evidence proves you got rid of your Tenmataro costume through the window. Yeah, it's gotta be the special edition newspaper, right?
Ah, that's Tenmataro flying through the sky?
And just how does this prove that Mr. Filch threw his costume out the window?
Anything interesting happen while it's gone? Well, the entire Tenmataro thing seems to have just been a fucking red herring the whole time. It's quite simple. That's not Tenmataro in the photo. It's the costume Mr. Filch threw out.
Ah, that's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are ya?
There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window. And the manor's pretty high up. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed out. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Tenmataro was really a flight of fancy. Yep, we just did.
Oh my, so there really never was a yokai.
Oh, I can't keep any of them. Gets bagged. And I still file a claim for the lost costume.
This more than proves the defense's position. Daisy Tenma had nothing to do with staging the yokai sighting.
Here to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackquill.
None whatsoever. I'll deal with that tricksy Tanuki after I've dealt with this case.
We did it! Stop trying to draw your fucking sword, you goddamn weeaboo.
Objection!
Sheathing the sword a bit early, are we not?
So then where does that fucking leave us? We've got no evidence that then ties this to Mr. LaBelle in any way. Not to mention, how did he come out of the Fox chamber? Huh?
Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Take this tricksy little Tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber?
There we go. Thank you. Someone actually asking the right questions here. Probably the same way he got in, through the chamber's air vent?
And what of the feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime?
Yeah, we know he must have gotten into the Fox chamber afterwards.
They would suggest that Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air vent.
Objection!
The Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside. So what you're saying makes no sense. Right? Well, no, because Florent LaBelle must have still unlocked the door. So it must have still been kind of what I thought, except... Yeah, someone must have unlocked the door. Probably Florent LaBelle before knocking out the mayor.
Someone on the outside opened the door for you. Isn't that right?
Yep, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprung right open.
Sprung right open? Who was on the other side?
Didn't get a good look on account of the sudden glare.
Like how the reflection from my head blinds the fellow moviegoers emerging from the dark.
That's when I sensed the staff and made my daring escape. And then that little maid gal spotted me as I hot-tailed it down the hall.
Means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't open until after the crime was discovered? Yeah, which we knew all along. So then when Jinxie spotted Tenmataro, LaBelle was still in the Fox Chamber. I see. I don't like the costume twist. Yeah, it feels a bit like throwing out what could have been an interesting plot point. But yeah, no, this actually clears some stuff up. Because then this just clears up the sequence of events. Because if the person Jinxie saw was Filch and not LaBelle, that means Filch had plenty of time in the Fox Chamber to actually set up the crime scene and like commit the murder and whatever, you know? So Filch sneaks into the Forbidden Chamber. Then meanwhile, wait, but then wait, that actually confuses things even more, actually. Because we know Jinxie sees the bodies, she comes out, calls the police. While she's calling the police, LaBelle opens the door to the Forbidden Chamber, at which point Tenmataro runs out. But, you know, Filch in the Tenmataro costume, but then that still implies Florent LaBelle was in the Fox Chamber when Jinxie went in and first found the bodies. And he couldn't have been in the Forbidden Chamber because Filch was there. So that completely throws away my previous theory. So where the fuck was Florent LaBelle? Was he just fucking like hanging out of the window like it's fucking Assassin's Creed? What the hell? I guess maybe he could have snuck past Jinxie, but then that doesn't make sense. He commits the murder, leaves, Jinxie finds the body, she goes to the phone, then he sneaks past Jinxie to go to open the Forbidden Chamber? That just doesn't make any sense. What is happening? Do we have anything? Do we have anything that can point us in the right direction? Let's check on top of the blood. Yeah, and we know, okay, so the black feathers were, yeah, the black feathers and the footprints, those weren't deliberately set up by LaBelle like I had thought. Those just happened to end up there because of, well, I actually think I like the fact that it actually makes the case even deeper than I expected. Because it means there's still more stuff to unravel. Hold up. I'm actually enjoying this now. Because then that means Filch ran out of the chamber, leaving all these feathers behind. As well as the footprints. Now, we know those footprints, so, which means those weren't deliberately set up by Florent, right? They were just there, which means, Yeah, that means the murder got committed before. That pool of blood must have been there before Florent opened the thing. So it makes sense, right? QB was murdered. Then Jinxie finds the bodies. She goes to call the police. Florent opens the door. Filch runs out. Jinxie sees him, and then Florent, I guess, locks up the chamber, and then Tenma eats the key. So I still think the general sequence of events is still somewhat similar to what I had predicted earlier. My only question then is, where did Florent hide? That's still the main issue here. I'm trying to see anything that can give me a clue here. Because that piece of fabric, I'm guessing, is, yeah, the piece of fabric that was wrapped in. It's just lame. I do think it is kind of lame, but I think if this last section of the trial ends up being good as a result of that, I'll actually end up liking it. So that... could have... I don't think I have anything. I just don't... Where was Florent Labelle hiding? How did the statue break? H20, yeah. I got nothing right now. Let's keep going. Wait! I still don't know who opened it. Well, it was Florent. Maybe there really was a third person in the Fox Chamber.
Objection.
Well, you little Tanuki. When the Forbidden Chamber opened, did you see the accused passed out there?
Nope. Only when there was the alderman. Yeah, dead as a doornail.
If the accused wasn't there, what do you suppose he was up to?
Oh, Blackquill. Blackquill! Blackquill! You fucking dumbass! Oh, he's an idiot! Oh, you just destroyed your entire fucking case! And I didn't even have to lift a fucking finger, you just did it for me, man! Don't you... Oh, come on, man. This happened yesterday. Don't you... Do you have the memory of a goldfish, you piece of shit? Come on. Okay, come on. All right. Let me bring you up to speed since you clearly got some mental deficiencies going on. So let me help you out here. Yesterday, your scenario was... Mayor stabs the alderman, right? Alderman, with his last bit of strength, grabs the fucking, grabs the statue, fucking smashes the mayor in the head, and the mayor passes out, right? And that's how the crime scene ends up the way it did. Pretty straightforward. Now, if the mayor wasn't passed out, but the alderman was dead, who hit the mayor over the head? Because your entire fucking case was built on the idea that the alderman, with the last of his strength, knocked the mayor out. And you've just destroyed that you've just thrown that possibility out into the dumpster without even realizing it. Oh, you sweet summer child. This is a real fucking courtroom. Let me show you how we fucking do it. Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going.
Don't tell me.
Plainly, the only one who could have opened the Forbidden Chamber was the accused, Damien Tenma.
Who knocked him out? Blackie boy. Hey, Simon. Can I call you Simon? I'm gonna call you Simon. I think he's psychologically manipulated himself into thinking he's smarter than he actually is. All right, Simon. Let me break it down for you. Let me break it down for you, Mark. If you are you then suggesting that Damien Tenma killed Alderman Cuvey, opened the Forbidden Chamber, fucking saw Tenmataro just fucking hightail it out of there, right? Then locked up the Forbidden Chamber, swallowed the key, then picked up a statue and knocked himself out? Or, please, no, please, I want you to say that exact series of statements to the court. I want every single person in this courtroom to understand how fucking idiotic your logic is right now. Yeah. Come on, Apollo, you're smarter than this. You can figure it out. Wait a second. There had to be somebody else besides me or Tenma there. Come on, Athena, help us. Come on, Athena.
Really? Who might that be?
Oh, well, that would be...
Objection.
It seems our feisty little lass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence.
You don't have a single piece of evidence for anything you're saying. I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to detail.
Miss Sykes, you can't prove your point without proof of some sort. It's a proven fact.
Sorry, guess I put my foot in my mouth again. No, Athena, we're definitely onto something here. We are? Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the Forbidden Chamber, one of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. Yeah, Florent LaBelle. The defense would like to call a new witness to the stand. Someone who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the Forbidden Chamber. And by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up.
Not that insufferable.
Very well, the court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say.
All right, we're finally dragging LaBelle to the stand. I think Apollo and Athena are very much missing the massive leap in logic that Blackquill just made, but that's fine. We'll get there in the end.
Whose alibi no longer adds up?
Simon Blackquill, it was you!
Take that.
Why, that's the defendant's aide, Florent LaBelle. Didn't he claim to be in the foyer at the time of the crime?
True, but his alibi. He also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know, Mr. Filch was not there with Mr. LaBelle at the time. In short, Mr. LaBelle's alibi has disappeared.
Ah!
Florent LaBelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch?
I reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here, neither. It was all Mr. LaBelle's idea. He told me he'd button his lip about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber. And in return, he said we'd vouch for each other's alibi.
Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury's a serious crime, you know.
Ah, shucks. Mercy, your honorship, mercy! Ah!
I also assert the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber, Mr. Filch, was none other than Florent LaBelle. After all, this alibi has been proven to be a complete fabrication.
I see. We will take a 20-minute recess, after which time we will see what Mr. LaBelle has to say for himself.
Yes. I'm finally gonna drag that slippery snake onto the stand.
In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. LaBelle about these new allegations.
Okay. We did it, Apollo! We finally dragged Mr. LaBelle into court. Yeah. Hey, why have a long face? I can't help but feel I'm missing something important. This Prosecutor Blackquill's bound to mount a counterattack. You really are a worrywart, aren't you? That'll be fine. The mystery figure who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch. Had to have been Florent LaBelle. I know, but that's not what's bugging me. I wish I could put my finger on it, though. At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. LaBelle is up next, so chin up, Apollo. Perjury is just frowned upon, no one actually punishes it. Well, we don't see it being punished, but I'm guessing they'll be punished like off camera. Oh, he's green now.
Court is back in session. Our next witness is...
Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor on this very important matter.
It seems the witness is predisposed at the moment.
Let me just remember my LaBelle voice. Again, it's been like a month since the last stream.
If you want one, you simply need
But,
to ask. I'll even let you choose the color yourself.
No, thank you.
Okay, yeah, it's just Maximilian Galactica, but less flamboyant.
Seems the witness is predisposed at the moment.
Surely you jest. I will hold you to your promise. Remember that. Oh, my deepest apologies. This is Florent LaBelle, personal aide to Mayor Tenma. Or should I say, the accused? Ouch, like the poor mayor hasn't suffered enough. Well, what business do you have with me? I'm a very busy man, so let's make this as brief as possible.
Your baldness.
Ah, right. Mr. Filch's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi. And for this reason, you are suspected of having some sort of connection to the case at hand.
To think I'd be associated with this entirely lurid affair. Well, I'm not, so may I go now? I have very important matters to attend to.
Objection!
I don't think so, Mr. LaBelle. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed? Hey, Karma Andrew! Welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen you around here before. He looks like the... Yeah, the fucking green hair does just make him look like the fucking Joker.
Witness, you are being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air.
Fine. The truth is, I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry. We live in a society, after all. You think this is funny? Been on the Persona stream sometimes, just changed my name, I think. Ah, okay. What? Do you remember what name you had before? Because then I probably remember you. What were you doing at the time of the crime? Peasant! How dare you accuse me of the beautiful people of being... No, why did you turn around? I was gonna... No, you didn't give me the chance to hit him with the... Not that one. He didn't get him a chance to hit him with the... I should have a fucking Vine Boom on just like a hotkey. I don't think so. Fair enough. Well, either way, welcome back. Stop stalling and tell the court what you were doing what you were really doing at the time of the crime.
Silence.
Is that supposed to be an objection? That's not how the court works.
Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk is past.
Swords? What swords?
This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hand.
We're not giving him the fucking death penalty.
Begone, ye of cowardly heart. The battlefield is no place for ye.
Again? Oh my.
Spare me, please!
Battles in their character battles in their head, imagining the court cases. Yeah. So much for sturdier shackles. Yeah, what's the video? Average court case in Ohio, and it's just fucking Phoenix and Edgeworth just having a fucking beatdown.
Those chains hindered my vow that heads would roll this day.
This kid's keeping your head on in court a whole new meaning.
Will the witness please deliver the accused to death knell? You know of what I speak.
Most certainly. His goose is already cooked. Time to stick a fork in him. Whatever he has to say can't be good. Think the animation is from Yakuza 0? Yeah, that seems about right. As I told Professor Blackquill during the recess, I rushed right over to the Fox Chamber when I heard little Jinxie scream. What? Then, drumroll please, I saw Mayor Tenma opening the Forbidden Chamber doors. What?
There you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber door, as witnessed by one Phineas Filch, was the accused. There was never a third party.
Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime. Startling sounds bad. The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie, I killed the alderman. That's right. The mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there. Okay, but none of this lines up with anything. Hold on 1 second, buddy. So, okay, so I mean, there's so many things wrong with this testimony. I don't even know where to start. So first of all, you say you were there when Tenma opened the door. However, Filch stated that when not only that, but you said you were there, you saw Tenma open the door, and you overheard. Here we go. Let me just. I rushed over, saw opening the door. Mystery man opened the chamber. Is this a third party? Yeah, I'm legitimately stumped by how terrible this testimony is. Holy shit. Wow. This is, dude, is there like a Nobel Prize for lying? Because we should give that to this guy. So, okay, let's just start at the beginning, right? You heard Jinxie scream, so that was when she first found the fox shit. That's when she first found the bodies, right after the murder had occurred, before she called the cops, okay? Okay, so you rush to the chamber, and then you see Tenma opening the chamber doors. Now, at this point, as you describe it, you were in the Forbidden Chamber, there were so as we understand it here, right? Let's ignore everything that he says after this. There were 3 people in the Forbidden Chamber at the time. You, the dead alderman, and Mayor Tenma. Now, Filch, when he runs out of the Forbidden Chamber, he says that he didn't see who was opening the door. Okay, so let's say that was Mayor Tenma. He doesn't see Mayor Tenma. But he runs out of the room, and he sees the Alderman QB, but not LaBelle. He should have seen LaBelle when he ran out of the Forbidden Chamber, because he stated that the only person he couldn't see, just because of the blinding light, was whoever opened the door. But he saw the rest of the scene pretty fucking clearly, enough to state that there was no one else in the Forbidden Chamber, and that the mayor was not laying there dead at the time. So how did Filch not see LaBelle? Doesn't make sense. Then also, yeah, forgive me, Jinx. The mayor talking to Jinxie. What do you think of the Venom movies? I mean, they're not like fantastic, but they're fun. I enjoyed them. I didn't like I didn't like Carnage as much as the first one. I thought the first one was I just think they're really fun movies. I think fucking like Eddie and Venom have incredibly good chemistry. I don't really want to say that there's a video game called Failure to Apologize to see it's actually a decent critique towards AJ, unlike most of the fandom. I shall check it out at some point, maybe. But yeah, okay, let's keep going here, right? So, not only were you supposedly in the Forbidden Chamber when the door opened, and according to Finch, you weren't fucking there, but also, you were saying Jinxie was in the chamber. So, let me get this straight. I'm legitimately confused as to how to even like break this out. Okay, so Jinxie was in the chamber. That's another person that Filch should have seen when he ran out of the room, yet he didn't see her. We also know that after seeing the murder, Jinxie went and called the cops, right? So when did that happen? Because we know for a fact that if, as you're saying, the alderman opened the door to the Forbidden Chamber, he must have done it while Jinxie was calling the cops, because then she spots fucking Filch running out. But you're also saying that she was there when he sat down on the chair and passed out? Then, like, what? It literally none of this. I'm baffled. They took the goofy part too far and they don't have any serious moments. I can understand that, yeah. I just don't think they're like, they're not like great movies. I think they're just fun. I did not enjoy Carnage though. Like what? So let's try to reconstruct this based on this testimony. The murder happens, right? Tenma kills QB. Jinxie finds the murder. She screams. LaBelle runs into the room. At which point he spots Tenma open the door. Jinxie is both in the room and also calling the police just outside at the same time. Fucking Filch runs through the room, somehow doesn't even miss the sort of like Schrodinger's Jinxie that may or may not have been in the room at the time. He misses LaBelle, then he runs past the other like alternate timeline Jinxie that's on the fucking phone at the time. Then while all this is happening, the fucking mayor sits down on the seat and passes out before saying, "I killed Alderman" to the Jinxie that is probably not even there in the first... Like, I'm actually stunned. I don't have words to describe. Yes.
He confessed?
When? Give me a fucking timeline of the events, motherfucker. Because unless you're saying that Jinxie fucking ran out of the room, then Mayor Tenma opened the door, then Tenma ran out, then Jinxie ran back into the room, and that's when the mayor confessed his crime to her, but yet Jinxie was then able to just run, but that would have required Jinxie to run past you twice and never see you. And also fucking, Filch didn't see you?
This is quite a conclusive testimony if it stands.
Stands? It's a fucking paraplegic on a wheelchair!
Just so, and quite astonishing, I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess.
I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider a gift from me to you. Oh, it is a gift. It is the greatest gift a defense attorney could ask for. The worst fucking witness testimony I've ever seen in my life. This is gonna be fun. No way, I don't believe Mr. LaBelle heard the mayor confess.
But is this really true? Did Mayor Tenma really confess?
It is indeed. During the last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. It would seem Mayor Tenma actually did confess.
When?
This testimony is quite favorable to the prosecutions.
And this is LaBelle. Yes, I called earlier about the party reservations. Oh, that's right. I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Tenma's Conviction Gala. A splendid time is guaranteed for all but the mayor and his defense.
Well, it seems our witness is a very busy man. Let's get right to his testimony. Miss LaBelle, please tell us what you saw when you came to the scene of the crime.
What Mr. LaBelle saw. What is this, dude? I was in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came and stood up and opened the forbidden chamber door. So when did she call the fucking cops? As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, the one with the phone on the end. Oh my god, he's an idiot. He's a fucking idiot. Simon. This is your guy? This is your airtight testimony that is gonna fucking be the death knell of Prosecutor Tenma? Are you fucking shitting me? This is it? I'm going. Can we have Clavier back? Can we have a competent prosecutor back, please? I know for damn sure fucking Edgeworth would make this mistake. I know for a fact damn sure Clavier would make this fucking mistake. Holy shit. This is starting to border on Gato levels of incompetence. I'm gonna be honest.
I must say, this is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to his crime. Perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided in his daughter. You do realize he should have not have withheld such crucial testimony from the court.
Once again, sorry. I just feared being accused if I mentioned coming upon the most unpleasant scene. Ugh, why did the mayor confession have to be brought up by this guy? Better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty.
As a death row inmate once told me in years gone by, there is a time to fight and a time to yield, a time to live and a time to die.
He's laying it on real thick now. Yeah, he even does the fucking Gato thing of just bringing up random fucking, like, sayings.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
So stop stroking your fucking flower. Oh, wait, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Claim the mayor confessed to his daughter. Are you sure about that? Peasant, you wouldn't dare ask such a question if you truly understood. True beauty is never wrong. It's not? No, beauty is carved deep in the DNA. That means I'm programmed to always be right, even when I'm wrong. I'm not following. These exquisite ears like flowers bloom. These eyes just shine like pearls. The hair is like the finest silk. Nothing can corrupt the truth they hold. Right.
The witness will hurry up and explain this truth of his. Specifically, what did Jinxie Tenma do upon hearing the confession?
He's emo Gato, basically. Other time, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing. Alright, I guess I can buy that. How did Miss Tenma appear to you? Oh, the poor little thing seemed positively heartbroken, all teary-eyed and whatnot. I couldn't help but shed a few tears myself after seeing her like that. You actually sympathize with Jinxie? He seems like an overly human emotion for him. Yeah, because he's the only real monster we've seen so far. In looks and in character. The next thing I was check my face in the mirror. Check your face? Why? To behold the beauty that is my sadness. Why else? Apollo, I'm starting to lose all faith in humanity. I know the feeling, but hang in there. At least keep faith in our client. And a weeb, yeah.
Well, let's keep this moving, shall we? So, what happened next?
Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up and opened the forbidden chamber. He opened the forbidden chamber? Why would he do that? Who knows? Maybe he wanted to free the demon Tenmataro. The courtroom is no place for fairy tales. Remember, you are under oath. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Yes, I will certainly explore that matter. Toodles! Now, where were we again? You were going to tell us the real reason why the mayor opened the forbidden chamber. Oh, you know he absolutely does. Oh, yes, of course. Hello, this is LaBelle. Oh, good one, sir. You're absolute riot. Okay, bye. You were saying? Never mind. This is a waste of time. He's just going to tell more lies.
The witness will focus on his testimony, not the phone calls. Now, tell the court what you did after you saw the mayor open the forbidden chamber.
After that... As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. Right. What was Mr. Filch like at the time? He was shouting, I can't see, it's the curse of Tenmataro. Then he took running off like a madman. He must have been blinded by the sudden light flooding in. Wrong. What? He set eyes upon me, and was blinded by my radiant beauty. So it's the curse of Florent LaBelle rather than Tenmataro. Yes, I'm afraid such beauty can't be a curse. I'm almost criminal.
The only thing criminal here is your careless jabbering. Now get on with your testimony.
Oh, forgive me, your darkness. Let's see. Oh, yes. I fled for dear life from Tenmataro and... In shock, I fled down the hallway to the right, the one with the phone at the end. So after you fled into the hallway with the phone at the end, Temnotaro ran off towards the foyer? Precisely. Notice any inconsistencies while well, Jinxie also saw Temnotaro, right? She did. She said they passed each other in the hall after she made the call to the police. Well, Mr. LaBelle had fled down the hall where the phone is. Jinxie would have seen him when she was running from making her call. Oh, right. If she saw him, she would have definitely asked him for help. Right, it just doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna review the evidence. If it's some way to poke a hole in his testimony, Mayor Ten was as good as guilty. This is bad, very bad. We didn't find an inconsistency, a mistake, some kind of conflict. It's all over if you can't find a flaw in the prosecution's case. Don't worry, we got him.
Objection!
Too easy. Florent LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway. What on earth do you mean?
Yes, gonna fill the rest of us in, Mr. Justice.
Mr. LaBelle had already fled into the hall with the phone in it. He would have crossed paths with Miss Tenma. What's this? After she discovered the crime scene, she immediately went to call the police. Then after making the call, she went back to the main hallway, whereupon she encountered the demon yokai, or whatever you want to call it. As for me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Tenmataru costume. The encounter happened right here, where the hallways meet. Right. As for Miss LaBelle, he fled here, feigning escape from the yokai imposter.
Why, yes, the two would have crossed paths.
Right. Except Miss Tenma told us that there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Tenma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there. Oh! My eyes! My beautiful eyes! Not such a fabulous set now, is it?
But, Mr. Justice, the witness also stated that he heard the mayor confess. That he was lying about hearing the confession from the hall. But where was he when he heard it?
Inside the Fox Chamber. Where else?
But isn't that within the very crime scene?
It is, Your Honor. And that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's the third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you?
Silence.
Your tricks are not gonna fucking work on me, Blackquill.
Foolish fop. A man knows when he is beaten. A shield of lies comes to naught before a foe with the true sword of truth bared.
Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you? I thought we were on the same side.
You are mistaken. There are no sides here, save for my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone upon this battlefield, with naught but your lies and sickly sweet perfume.
Okay, Blackquill, you might not be... You might not be the worst prosecutor, I guess. Wow, what just happened? Blackquill's really tearing into him.
You heard the mayor's confession from the inside. Did you not, you deviant dandy? For the sole occasion in which you could have seen or heard the mayor and the Tanuki. Without either of them noticing, you were right there in the Fox Chamber.
Oh my! So that's how it's going to be. Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You admit to being there in the Fox Chamber? I did enter the room after the murder, but I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible about lying like that, but it's a verbal cologne I used to protect myself. What the fuck? You'd better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Yes, of course. I was just about to get to that.
The witness is skating on thin ice. I'll remind you the perjury is a very serious crime. Now, let's hear your testimony again, this time without your perfume of lies.
Actually, Judge, it's cologne. In the Fox Chamber. I did enter the Fox Chamber after the murder, but
But I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there.
Aha.
What I saw there up close, it was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen.
From behind the screen, right? Yes. I believe. You wouldn't be spotted if you were there.
Just so. You could see everything without being spotted by the victim, or that Tanuki Filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events, rather than an actual third party.
This guy's as slippery as an eel. Apollo, you think he's telling the truth? No, of course not. Well, he was in the Fox Chamber, so at least that much must be true.
The defense may cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness.
Alright. In the Fox Chamber.
I did enter the Fox Chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left.
Right. Alright, let's get depressing.
Hold it!
Why in the world did you enter that grisly crime scene?
Why? Because I was worried sick. Mayor Tenma's suit, it
what?
It was designed personally by me. I was worried my work of art might get blood on it.
This man clearly has his priorities in order.
Okay, let's get this over with, shall we? Now, where was I? Oh, yes. So I entered the Fox Chamber almost without thinking.
Hold it! Why didn't you enter right away?
And ruin my designer shoes?
Your shoes?
Even now, just thinking about getting blood on my fabulous footwear, it sends chills down my spine. That's why I hesitated.
Yeah, there wasn't any blood near the folding screen. I have a feeling this is gonna be the main thing.
Objection!
That's terrible! A man was dying and another injured, and you're worried about your shoes?
Silence.
Need I remind you, this is a court of law. We are not teaching morality here. We have schools of etiquette and the like for such trivial pursuits.
Yeah.
Now you listen to me, deceptive dandy. Get to the point and be quick about it.
Yes, well, I was in the Fox Chamber, but
what?
I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there.
Hold it! Okay. Wait a second. Why did you hide yourself?
Oh my. So you do understand.
I do?
By hiding, I was concealing my fabulous beauty, which, for the sake of the universe, is something I should never ever do. That's what you were thinking, right?
I'm sensing a black hole of egocentricity forming around the witness stand.
We can deliberate this mental process another time. Get on with the testimony. Now.
Well, regarding the murder scene. What I saw there up close, it was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen.
You think he's telling the truth about being there in the room? Well, I believe he was there. Question is, when did he enter? You mean, did he enter after Jinxie fled? Was he there before the murder? If it's the latter, that would change everything. Right, if he was there before the murder, that would make him a suspect. How do we go about proving that? Well,
Guess we asking about what happened there. Anyway, let's press him and see what kind of info we can extract from him. Well, let's cross our fingers that he says or reveals something incriminating. Okay. We push that.
Hold it!
What did you see? Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail? And what exactly would you like details about? Well, what I'd like to ask you about is feathers and tracks, hidden chamber, the murder weapon. Well, we know the murder weapon was the spear. I don't think that's gonna say anything. Forbidden chamber. He saw it being open, so that shouldn't matter. No, because the feathers and tracks on the Forbidden Chamber, those would have both happened after the murder took place. So it has to be the murder weapon. Describe the state of the weapons that have been used at the scene. The spear had thrust all the way through Alderman Cuby. It was that statue the Alderman used to bludgeon Mayor Tenma. That incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen to the floor. Oh right, the statue. How would he find it inspiring? How exactly did you find the statue inspiring? Well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the murder had been realized. It was like a celebration of the union between town and village. An inspiring symbol of goodwill. Yeah, but you would only know that if the statue was, if you had seen the statue intact. Which means you must have seen the statue before it was used to bludgeon Mayor Alderman. To bludgeon Mayor Tenma. However, the only people that had seen the statue earlier had been QB, who was dead, and Jinxie. So that means the only way you could have seen the statue intact is if you had used it to bludgeon Tenma. Broken statue next to a bloody corpse. Feel inspiring.
Mr. Justice, do you consider this statement to be of any importance?
Important? Of course. I believe that it to be extremely important. I request to be added to the testimony. The statue had fallen to the floor. It was a token of goodwill celebrating the municipal murder. Let me press this, just so we can get all the dialogue first. Mayor had been knocked out by a blow to the head. Did he really have opened the Forbidden Chamber in that state? Well, it did seem difficult. It was all woozy. Fuck! What is happening to me? Woozy. And stumbling around as he opened it. It was such a heroic effort that I nearly started to cheer him on despite myself. I think the mayor needed medical attention more than a cheerleader. He's telling the truth about being there in the room? Okay, we've already seen this. Let's see what happens if we ask him about different things. What happens if we ask him about this? What do you remember about the yokai feathers and tracks? They resulted when Tomotaru exited the Forbidden Chamber. He came out in quite a rush, scattering feathers this way and that. You immediately know it was Mr. Filch? I did, and that's why I suggest we cook up our alibis together. How did the practice session go? They were nearly the death of me. Filch used to be the worst student ever. He really does think he's done anything. He doesn't think he's done anything wrong, does he?
Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider his statement to be of any importance?
Sure. Yes, I believe it is, Your Honor. Guess they'd be added to the testimony. I just want to hear all the dialogue before we actually, What about retribution?
Hold it!
They were left there, Mr. Filch, weren't they? They were indeed. It was quite a shock when I saw that yokai.
I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been to see this face emerging from the darkness.
Okay, so he's not even reality TV grade handsome. Can we move on now? Paula, you think that statement's important? Yeah, I don't think there's anything particularly unusual there, so let's keep going. Yep. Alright. And that's about the Forbidden Chamber. Could you please describe the Forbidden Chamber at the time? It was shut tight until the mayor opened it. He's really trying to stress that it was the mayor who opened the Forbidden Chamber. That big liar! He opened it himself! Oh, it looks like if looks could kill, LaBelle would be toast. How's the case going? I'm enjoying it so far. I'm just trying to figure out how this is gonna end up going down.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider this statement to be of any importance?
Is it important?
Very.
I'm feeling it is. Let's add it to the testimony, just in case. Forbidden Chamber was shut tight until the mayor opened it. You're lying about the mayor opening the Forbidden Chamber, aren't you? In a sense, yes. It could be seen as a lie. Wait, so you admit it? In this world riddled with deceit, my beauty is the only self-evident truth. That is to say, all else except me is but fiction and lies. The nerve of this guy. His testimony is riddled with lies. Unless I won't be getting anything useful out of this statement. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, we obviously know what the correct one is, so let's just get that one back. Yeah, the burner weapon. Very important. And then yeah, this is what we're gonna nail him on. Token of goodwill. Are you referring to the Fox and Demon statue? Yes, the statue the alderman allegedly used to strike back at Mayor Tenma. The mayor trampled down municipal goodwill only to be clobbered by its symbol. It's quite ironic, don't you think? That's when the symbol of goodwill was transformed to a symbol of conflict. Poetic. Alright, present the statue.
Objection!
Your lies have finally betrayed you, Mr. LaBelle. What possibly could you mean? You said the statue was like a celebration of union between the town and village. Isn't that correct? It is indeed, but what of it? The two yokai are joining hands in goodwill. As if they were celebrating the municipal merger. Oh, that smile. Something the matter? So how did you really know what this statue is meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What?
Justice Dono, explain yourself and make it quick.
The statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. All right, I think we're 2 hours into this. I don't know how long this is gonna go, so we're gonna take a quick break, because I do need to go to the bathroom. So yeah, we're gonna take like a 5-10 minute break, and then we will be right back. All right.
Welcome to the Yan Fan world. What's my end game? Their game at 0. Send here, there.
Oh, I don't know if anyone can hear me because my Streamlabs is frozen right now. So yeah, I don't even know if I'm unmuting myself. Hello? See if I can play back. I don't even know if I'm unmuting myself. Hello? Okay. Okay, I am unmuted. That's good. Okay. I am unmuted. That's good. Yeah, we love this. We fucking love that. Alright, I'm gonna restart Streamlabs, see if that can fix things. So we will be... Yeah, I don't know why, but Streamlabs has just been really just shitting the bed recently, and keeps fucking freezing for no fucking reason. So I'm gonna restart it, so stream's gonna go down. Alright. We should be back. Hopefully my Streamlabs is working now. Okay, yeah, cool. So, you might notice things look a little bit differently. That's because when I moved, I actually took the opportunity to change out my desk, and now I have a desk that actually transforms into a standing desk, so you know I can be moved up or down. And so now I am standing. My chair is back there. And this is something new I'm gonna be trying out. Because one of the reasons why, you know, I always want to stream longer, but like towards the end of the stream, once I'm starting to get like 3 or more hours in, I start feeling some really bad like lower back pain because I have fucking terrible posture when I sit down, and like I usually will like I'll usually like lean forward onto my desk and use the desk to support myself. But I can't really do that when I'm streaming because I have my fucking microphone and my chat, my phone with the chat there. So that doesn't really work when I'm streaming. So, you know, I end up having some bad fucking back pain, which means I can't stream for as long as I'd like. So I'm hoping having the ability to just swap to just standing mode and then back to sitting mode every few hours will allow me to just make streams longer overall, which should be cool. Just adjust it a little bit. There we go. I think that should be good. So yeah, we're gonna give this a try. It should also make doing voices a bit easier because obviously anyone that's done voice acting or any kind of like singing knows when you're sitting, your diaphragm is compressed, and that is obviously bad. You know, it makes singing a lot harder, it makes doing voices a lot harder. So maybe this will, you know, who knows, this might actually end up being better. We'll see. But you know, in the future, it'll probably just end up being a case of like, I'll stream like a couple of hours sitting down, I'll stream a couple of hours standing up. I think this has some potential, so we're gonna give it a shot for right now. But yeah, you know, obviously the downside, tall desk, very shaky, so I need to, you know, be careful not to like fucking, you know, bump into it and shit. But yeah, let's give this a shot. for the rest of this trial and see how I like it. If I don't like it, I'll just go back to just being seated the whole time. That's fine. Also, let me know if the game audio is too low. It feels a bit low to me, but I'm not sure how it is on your end. So just let me know. Okay, let me put the chat there. Actually, yeah, that'll be a good spot. All right. The statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. A secret? Whatever do you mean? I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Tenma on the head. What's left clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out. It doesn't sound that different from what it was before. Well, no, it's not going to sound different. It's just going to be easier for me to do the voices. Because my diaphragm is just able to move a lot more. Plus, it's mainly for the back pain. The rest is just a nice bonus. The statue's secret and its true form were lost inside the locked room. Miss Tenma is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Mr. LaBelle, could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form? What do you mean, where? The only possible answer is this. You saw the statue in its original form right there in the room when the alderman was murdered, before it was broken. How dare you?
Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness of some sort of crime?
Yes, I am. Florent LaBelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex Cuby. All right, now we're getting to the real stuff. Let's go.
Order! Order! Mr. LaBelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to say in your defense?
How could you possibly accuse me, the embodiment of beauty?
Way to go, Apollo. This is the conclusive evidence we need. Magnifico. We've got you now. We know you killed the alderman. Now admit it.
Silence.
Oh, there he goes.
Enough of your silly games, Justice Dono. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer.
Objection!
What are you talking about? His alibi's already crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the Fox chamber, where it was still locked tight.
Silence.
Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the alderman. Ergo.
Yes, that's right. I clearly remember it now. Alderman QB told me about it. About what the statue actually looked like. I mean, he was a good friend of mine.
Objection!
Yeah, right. You wouldn't show your secret gift just like that.
Silence.
Moreover, it has already been proven that he was not present in the scene of the crime.
It has?
Forgotten, have we? Recall the little scam statement, if you will. When Jinxie unlocked the Fox Chamber, she saw the alderman and the mayor collapse therein, and no one else.
Oh, dang it.
The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florent LaBelle could not possibly have been in the locked room.
No! Ah! I just don't get it. How could Jinxie not have seen LaBelle? I mean, I guess he could have been behind the folding screen. Like, we never actually just consider the possibility that he was just hiding and she just searched the room poorly. I guess we just took it on faith that no one was in the fucking room. Alternatively, we do know for a fact that the statue didn't have any fingerprints on it when it was used as a weapon, yet we also know that Alderman Cuby did not have gloves on, so he should have had. So if Alderman Cuby was the one that struck Mayor Tenma with the statue, he should have left prints behind, but he didn't. So that means it can't have been him, right?
The proof is incontrovertible. No room for defense exists. Am I not right? Your baldness.
It does seem awfully conclusive. The facts point to the defendant and the victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant had already confessed.
Objection! Silence.
You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in the charade is over, Justice Dono.
But
Your baldness. This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these simpletons. It is high time we brought down the hammer of justice.
A point well made. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma.
someone. Ah.
It would seem that my time is at hand.
Mayor Tenma?
Counselor!
Fuck, what is the voice I was doing for Possessed Tenma? I don't remember. I don't remember if it was high-pitched or deep or low-pitched. That... Like, I feel like I would have gone with high-pitched. We wanted to talk to you about something.
So my minions have returned.
Yeah, okay, it was more low-pitched than I was doing. Good.
Counselor, there is a matter to which I must testify. I recall it now only for your good graces.
Counselor? Alright, he must mean me. Does he finally remember what happened before that blow to his head?
Bailiff, don't just stand there. Seize him.
It's no good. I can't restrain him.
Know me in despair, for I am Tenmataro, demon lord of the yokai.
He's him.
Mr. Justice, do something.
Since when am I responsible for court security? Apollo, this is our chance. We might get some new information out of him. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is a yokai.
Why do you put it that way? Still, I believe testimony by yokai is unprecedented in the legal world.
We've had testimonies from fucking the ghost of Gregory Edgeworth. You know, I think a yokai is pretty par for the course at this point, considering. Yeah, we've also had testimony from a fucking parrot before. Right? I mean, yeah, we've had testimony from a ghost, you know, a supernatural being, and we've had testimony from a bird. So you just put those together, and you get Tenmataro. He's a supernatural being who is also a bird. So, you know, it's basically. You know, it's basically what we've already seen. The kill. Yeah, we've literally had fucking testimony from a fucking, like, a world-class assassin through a fucking radio. I mean...
Unprecedented and absurdity, more like.
All right then, Mr. Damien Tenma, or should I say, Mr. Tenmataro. Your testimony, please.
I guess you can just call him Tenma, because that will work for either one.
I shall now speak of recollections most real, courtesy of my host, Damien Tenma. Heed these words, mortals, for hear them but once you shall. Ka 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 ka!
Still the most absurd testimony in the series by far. I don't know. I think the parrot is the worst, especially the fact that fucking Prosecutor Von Karma spent an entire night just, instead of doing prep for the trial, he just spent his entire time just retraining the parrot so that it wouldn't say the crucial fucking evidence. It's fucking great.
Barely conscious was Damien there amidst the darkness. Suddenly, 2 yokai did appear. On one side, I, Tenma Taro, ruler of demonkind. And on the other, my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox.
So he saw Filch in the Tenmataro costume. He also saw someone in the nine-tailed fox costume, right? Which is we found the mask. Yeah, because that's why the mask, someone must have like dumped the mask. But the question is, who was in the fucking nine-tailed fox costume? Couldn't have been the alderman, because he would have had to change out of it. So that just leaves fucking Florent LaBelle, I guess.
So is the defendant asserting that the room he was in was very dark at the time?
Ah, strange as it may be, yes, indeed, all was in darkness.
Part about Tenmataro and the nine-tailed fox being there?
Yes, that too. Tenmataro towered over, and the nine-tailed fox glittered gold.
That happened anywhere else? I never thought it was absurd as people think. I mean, at least Shelly the killer was an actual person who was testifying, you know? Now, the veracity of his testimony can be in question, but the fact that he is an actual person who testified is true. Then again, there is also Gregory Edgeworth fucking testifying from beyond the grave and lying. That one's pretty bad too.
It would seem the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted.
Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy. As if half-dreamt, what happened lingers in his mind.
Oh, maybe I can help here. Really? Oh, you mean... Yeah, I can hear it. The discord in his heart. I sense an unusual emotion in the manner's memory of this event. Okay, I just hope our findings don't come back to haunt us. Was it was not needed? Yeah. Right. Barely conscious was Damien Tenma there, amid the darkness. Oh, he's scared. No, poor boy. I mean, that seems about right. Suddenly, 2 yokai did appear. Surprise, that sounds about right. One side, I saw Tenmataro, ruler of demonkind. On the other, my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox. Yeah, but he seems happy about that. Sounds like the mayor saw the same thing as was shown on the scroll. It's those demons and their yokai vision. I think it's sweet how father and daughter can share something like that. I don't think a shared nightmare really qualifies as sweet. Anyway, all I need to do is point out an unnatural reaction like last time. Right, look for places where an emotion conflicts with the testimony. That conflict usually indicates a thought or emotion that is being suppressed. Yeah. Yeah, it's gotta be this. Left button. Oh, I was hitting the wrong one. Yeah.
Got it!
I was hitting left trigger instead of left button. When the nine-tailed fox appeared, I not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well.
Joy? Perhaps it was joy at the light coming to my eyes at long last. A long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence, and then there was light. On reflection, it was a door that did produce that infernal racket.
Creaking door? Oh, you must be talking about the forbidden chamber door. It does make a lot of noise. This means the forbidden chamber really was opened. Well, Tenmataro was barely fucking conscious, yeah. What about the sudden light he described? Yeah, I know. You mentioned darkness and Tenmataro towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the fox chamber at the time of the crime. Right. Because we know for a fact that there's an open window in the fox chamber. So that means the mayor was actually in the fucking forbidden chamber with Filch. When the door was opened, he saw the same blinding light that Filch saw. Mr. Mayor, did the darkness that you were in happen to be here? The forbidden chamber.
Take that!
The forbidden chamber! Was it not the fox chamber where the murder did occur?
Yes, but it all makes sense if you were in the forbidden chamber. That terrible creaking sound was probably the forbidden chamber's door opening. And the towering Tenmataro you saw, most likely the forbidden chamber statue. Yeah, and that also explains why Filch didn't see the mayor. Because the mayor was not in the room when the door was opened, because the door was opened by Florent LaBelle.
Why, yes! That would explain it. The darkness and the staff in the demon's grasp.
But even if all that's true, then what about the nine-tailed fox? Ugh, maybe he was seeing things, just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai? Fantastico, Apollo! It's entirely possible. It's a groggy, dreamlike state. People can misremember things and events.
Misremember, you say? Let me think. Ah! I do believe I remember now. That was not the nine-tailed fox. It was the amazing Nine Tails!
Yeah. Someone in the fucking nine-tail... This just gets even more confusing then. So did fucking Florent LaBelle disguise himself as the amazing Nine Tails? Because that's the only thing that would explain that, because Florent LaBelle opens the chamber. Immediately Filch runs away. Tenma looks up, he sees the giant fucking Tenmataro statue, then looks out to the door that just got opened with a blinding light, and he sees the amazing Nine Tails, or someone dressed as him. Now, at this time, we know for a fact that the alderman was already dead, because as Filch ran out of the room, he left bloody tracks through the floor. So the only person who could have been wearing the amazing Nine Tails costume must have been Florent LaBelle. To what fucking end, I have no idea.
When I said I only watched your last Johnson relationship before doing Destiny, I forgot to mention 3-1 and the last episode of 4-4.
Fair enough. Yeah, those are some good ones. So, how did he end up? So QB. So Lord LaBelle walks in. He kills the alderman. Locks Tenma in the Forbidden Chamber. How the fuck did Tenma end up in the Forbidden fucking Chamber then? Because what is the timeline here? Because Florent LaBelle kills Alderman. Then while Jinxie is calling the cops. Yeah, while Jinxie is calling the cops, Mayor Tenma and Filch are in the Forbidden Chamber. LaBelle opens up the Forbidden Chamber. Filch runs out, leaving all the tracks and the feathers and all that whole thing. Then Mayor Tenma stumbles out, fucking locks the door, swallows the key, and then passes out on the fucking couch? I mean, I guess that makes sense, but then how the fuck did Tenma get into the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? And why was fucking... What? Why was LaBelle dressed like the amazing Nine Tails? Unless the Forbidden Chamber was opened multiple times? But no, because after Tenma exits the Forbidden Chamber and it's locked, he must have swallowed the key. So, because like I was thinking for a second, maybe the time the door was opened with a Mayor Tenma inside wasn't the same time that it was opened with Filch inside. Maybe those two things happened at different points in time, but that still doesn't make sense because the fucking because then when did he fucking when did he swallow the key? What do we have? So hold on. So the Alderman and Tenma are meeting in the Fox Chamber. They both get knocked out by LaBelle putting some kind of drug in their tea, right? LaBelle walks in, kills the Alderman. Okay. He then steals the key, locks Tenma in the Forbidden Chamber, locks the Forbidden Chamber, hides somewhere in the room, disguises himself as the amazing Ninetales. Jinxie runs in. Somehow she doesn't see him. She just sees the Alderman's body, but not her father, something she never mentioned. Then LaBelle, dressed up as the fucking Ninetales, opens the Forbidden Chamber. Filch runs out. Then Tenma eats the key and fucking falls unconscious on the chair. What is happening? What is happening? I feel like my main issue with this case is just we're not getting enough evidence. Like, we already know we've covered this. We've covered this. These are busy. We've basically covered this. Covered that. Like, there's basically no evidence that is leading to any of this. This is all entirely coming from testimony. So it's like there's just so much shit that we have no idea of. So like figuring out how the fuck things went down is like impossible. Victim had been in a drug-induced slumber. Yeah. But then, if Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber when... If Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber when fucking Filch snuck in there through the air vent? Why didn't Filch see Tenma? Maybe because it was just dark, I guess. What? The amazing Nine Tails?
At first, this is but a dream, I thought, but now, however, most clearly do I recall it. 'Twas the amazing Nine Tails who did open the Forbidden Chamber's door.
I'm sorry I asked. Amazing Nine Tails, but that was the victim, Alderman QB, right? But he wasn't wearing the suit when he was killed, meaning that it couldn't have been him. It must have been someone else. Yeah, why did he open the Forbidden Chamber? Wasn't he trying to keep it sealed? Never mind that. This is completely new information. Let me enter it and run an update. All right. Yeah, there's still some noise, so let's keep clearing it. The Forbidden Chamber. Amid the darkness, a mighty statue of Tenmataro loomed overhead. Fair. Suddenly, the door did open and a shaft of light. Okay. The amazing Nine Tails had come to the rescue! So why was he still scared? Is then the question, I'm guessing.
Got it!
And the amazing Nine Tails opened the door, banishing the darkness within. You felt joy, but didn't you also feel shock and sadness?
Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind, I did recollect something of that nature. I believe it was the fiend's cape of red. For when I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did inexplicably wash over me.
Coat of red? Cape of red? Apollo, we've reduced the noise level. Oh, but there's so little left. Cape of red has to be like blood. But why was that actually Alderman QB who was like fucking like covered, who was like bleeding out from having been stabbed? A little bit left. Mayor Tenma, why were you sad when you saw the red cape?
Why indeed?
What does this mean? I guess his memory's still a little spotty. I know, because this latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Well, to be fair, there's only gonna be three. There's only been two of them so far. I just spent a while trying to like process the information. Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something this obvious could arise when someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definitive shape. Yeah. Apollo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. Oh, so it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Okay, time to review the evidence. Look out, contradictions. Here comes justice. And the Forbidden Chamber. Finish the series. I don't like this mechanic. I actually very much enjoy the Moon Matrix. I don't think it's as good as the Perceive, but I quite like it. Overhead. Suddenly, the door did open. The shaft of light did pierce the gloom. Tails had come to the rescue. Still seems like this memory is really confused. Yeah, that's because unlike data, memories are living, breathing things. Preconception, illusion, memory overlap. Memory repression. Our memories are intimately tied to our psychology and emotions. This contradiction is somehow caused by an emotion? I believe so. There's some deeper meaning here. Let's present some evidence. Maybe it will help jog his memory. Alright. Maybe he saw the blood on the floor behind him and interpreted that as a cape of red? That's the only thing I can think of. Like, that's just like a blood puddle behind him. We have both similar tastes in Apollo Justice. We both like the series. You're a bit more positive towards the series than me. Probably. I'm generally just very positive when it comes to like games and things. Like, I don't like, even if something is like not that great, I'm still gonna have a great time with it and really enjoy it. Like, there's very few like games and movies and whatever that I don't actually like, you know. All right, it's gotta be the blood, right?
Objection!
Mayor Tenma, your recollection contradicts this piece of evidence. Where is this contradiction of which you speak? Oh, contradiction. I thought we were trying to show what the red cape was. Looks like I got that one wrong. Okay, no, we need to just show the image of the nine-tailed fox. Okay, I misunderstood what we were trying to do here. Yeah, it's the fact that the nine-tailed fox does not have a red cape.
Objection!
You said the amazing nine-tailed cape was red. Are you sure about that? Yes, well, I do believe it was red cape I saw, but... Mayor Tenma, does this cape look red to you? Yeah, well, it's not really a cape, but kind of. It's the tails. Ah, it certainly does not look red. Not even scarlet or crimson either. Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my as yet hazy field of view. And I thought to myself, the amazing nine tails is arrayed in a cape of red. But no, that was just the blood behind him. So you mistook the red something for the cape, huh? Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me. So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe the great sadness he mentioned is what's interfering with his memory. Oh, I should have seen the fox chamber. Behind the nine-tailed fox, what red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? Yeah, the blood pool. I know. Could it have been? Mr. Mayor, was the red thing you saw this?
Take that!
Something red that could produce a deep sadness. Could it be, Mr. Tenma, that what you saw was the alderman's blood? Blood? Why, yes! It was blood! Ah! 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 I'll go a bit more cynical about the series. Fair. It's all coming back to me now. It wasn't a red cape I saw. It was lying behind the amazing nine tails. The alderman's bloody body. Yeah, the camera angle is kind of weird here, but sure. Bye-bye. His noise level is down to 0. I think he's remembered everything now. Does this mean the amazing nine tails killed Alderman Kyubi? But the Alderman was the amazing nine tails. How exactly would that work? Hey, I asked you first.
Well, Mr. Justice, you sure know how to make complicated matter even more complicated.
True, but at the time of the crime, our client was in the Forbidden Chamber. Moreover...
Silence!
Don't you think this is strange? The little scamp has already confined her father to be in the fox chamber, but she said not about seeing the amazing nine tails there.
You just had to bring that up, didn't you? Jinxie didn't see LaBelle there either. It's so weird. Who really was in the room then?
Would the defense care to share any theories with the court? Can you explain the inconsistencies between the defendant's testimony and his daughter's?
see. So, time of death, 3:20. Filch threw the costume away, 3:40. 20-minute interval between QB being killed, and if we're assuming that Filch, as soon as he ran into the foyer, he took off the costume and threw it out the window, that means there's a 20-minute gap between the alderman being killed and the Fox chamber being opened, right? Now, I'm guessing after seeing the crime scene, Jinxie went and called the went and called the police pretty quickly after that. So let's say she, you know, right, once she sees the crime scene, she immediately runs off to call the police. The door gets opened. Tenma sees the dead body. The Ninetail, the Tenma Tower runs away, right? Filch, actually. So then, right, that should probably, so then that means she probably runs into the Fox chamber for the first time somewhere around 3:30, 3:35. So that's like 10-15 minutes where just like a good 10-15 minutes after the murder got committed. Where shit could have happened, but the question is what? Because when the Fox Chamber, when the Forbidden Chamber was opened, the Nine Tails was there, and Alderman QB was already dead. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of is that the Fox Chamber was opened multiple times, right? Once right after QB was killed, you know, at which point, you know, at which point Florent LaBelle is wearing the Ninetales costume, and Tenma walks out of the chamber, and then a second time, sometime around 3:35, when Filch is in the chamber and he runs out of the chamber. But that begs the question, why the fuck would Florent open the chamber twice? And when did Tenma swallow the key then? I'm gonna pop a save here. Oh! My controller is dead. Oh, no, it's back on. I think maybe it's just... Okay. I don't think I can. Wait, something like that would be completely possible. My colleague here is going to explain it so crystal clear. I am! Even if you can't explain it, you can't let them know that. Just make something up. I don't hear you helping.
Not with more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. Fair warning, Justice Dunno. I shall have your head if you fail to explain this.
What about the good old-fashioned penalty?
Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you have a head worth keeping on your shoulders.
First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chamber when it was locked. Right. So now that Mayor Tenma was inside the Forbidden Chamber based on his testimony. Those two facts are crucial to my explanation. Okay, fuck. Yeah, okay. Let's just swap to mouse and keyboard, I suppose. Let's consider the following questions. Facts point to Florent LaBelle and the victim being there at the scene. Why did Jinxie see the victim and her father, Mayor Tenma?
A very good question indeed. I suppose you have an answer for us.
Sadly, you would be supposing wrong. You think she had mistaken LaBelle for the mayor? Not really. That seems very far-fetched. If she did, the question is, why did she do that?
Well, how about that explanation, Mr. Justice? I believe the time for questions is over.
I mean, I guess LaBelle could have dyed his hair. Could LaBelle have just dressed as Mayor Tenma? I mean, LaBelle did say that he personally made Tenma's suit, so he might have an extra version of it. And he does have his hair dye, which he can use to at least make his hair look somewhat like Tenma, at least in color. So, maybe? It's possible? But this just seems like overly convoluted, because then he went in, killed the alderman, locked Tenma in the Fox Chamber, pretended to lie there. Jinxie walks in. He dresses up like Tenma. He pretends to be the fucking Tenma. So then he tells Jinxie, "I killed the alderman." Jinxie runs off to call the police. He puts on the fucking Nine Tails mask, opens the Fox Chamber. Filch runs out. Tenma stumbles out, eats the key, and then he sets him down in the exact same spot? What? What is happening?
The defense asserts that Florent LaBelle was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Tenma has testified that she saw her father collapse there. If she was, in fact, misremember the event, what could have made her do that?
It's gotta be LaBelle disguised as Tenma. There's no other possibility. I think Miss Tenma saw us not her father. Yes, Florent LaBelle, disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence.
That is complete impossibility. Their faces are utterly unalike. How could you explain that away with a mere disguise?
Yes, they both do have incredibly distinctive faces.
Maybe the disguise completely hid his face. I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face.
And if it was that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it?
Oh, right.
Your sword is as dull as your mind, Justice Dono. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of?
I think I'll pass! Are you okay, Apollo? I'm not fine? Am I?
Well, now that we have a little fairy tale out of the way.
We're starting to get to the interesting parts.
Your baldness, your verdict, if you will.
Mr. Justice, I believe it's time for a verdict, if you have no further arguments.
Oh, what is even left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says. When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down. Turn the case upside down? Huh. He does say that, doesn't he? I don't quite see how it applies here. Well, it hurts to give it a try, I guess. Let's see. Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. Rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise. Maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. Because it was the fucking Ninetales mask? And she was a fan of the Ninetales, and the Ninetales couldn't have anyone reveal his identity? So, like, Tenma was like, oh, so, like, Florent was wearing the fucking Ninetales mask. I was like, hey, daughter, it's definitely me, your father. Mayor Tenma, who you know, turns out, yeah, I'm also the amazing Nine Tails, but you can't tell anyone because of my secret fucking identity or whatever. Because that would explain that. That would explain why, that would explain how Jinxie could believe it. It would explain why she couldn't mention the disguise at all. And it would also explain why Florent was wearing the Ninetales mask, right? I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense. So Florent LaBelle goes into the room, kills the alderman, dresses like fucking Tenma, beats Tenma over the head, puts him in the Forbidden Chamber, puts on the fucking Ninetales mask, pretends to be Tenma so that he can tell Jinxie that he's actually the murderer. Then when Jinxie goes to call the police, he proceeds to unlock the door. Filch runs out, leaving the trail of feathers and footprints. Then Tenma stumbles out, they lock the door, Tenma swallows the key, and he sits him right down where he is, and then he disposes of the fucking mask. This is fucking insane. But that's gotta be it. That's the only explanation that makes sense.
A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. Have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself.
Right. And what about the face? The fact that it was the amazing Ninetales who opened the door. A mask that can't be removed in front of others. These facts turn things around? We got it all backwards. Apollo? I think we made a huge mistake.
Your baldness. I see no need to further indulge in their silly little farce. The defense is no proof. They never did and never will.
Then it seems I must announce my verdict.
I do have proof.
Do you now?
Are we to assume then that actually is this leading up to the fact that to Mayor Tenma being the amazing Ninetales the whole time?
All right, but this better be good, Mr. Justice.
We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Tenma mistook Mr. LaBelle for her father? Why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anyone in the first place? These riddles are inextricably linked to Mayor Tenma's secret identity. A shocking secret identity that will turn the entire premise of this case upside down. This piece of evidence clearly reveals Mayor Tenma's secret identity.
Take that!
Gah! What absolute claptrap, poppycock, balderdash!
We thought the alderman was the amazing Ninetales, and the mayor was Tenma Taro. That's why we believe the mayor killed the alderman in his lust for Ninetales' veil. And it was the basis for the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Tenma wasn't Tenma Taro at all. He was the amazing Ninetales. Right, that was his way to oppose the municipal merger. Because he couldn't do it publicly, so he had to do it via secret identity.
You best explain yourself, Justice Dono. And from where you derived such far-fetched conclusion?
Jinxie no doubt knew the true identity of the amazing Ninetales. But she couldn't tell anyone, no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the amazing Ninetales she saw passed out. Even though unbeknownst to her, it was really Florent LaBelle in disguise.
Silence.
The accused and that deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. That little scamp would have seen the difference.
Objection!
Remember, Mr. LaBelle has his very own brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he fake a different build, too? And anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound different.
Silence.
Why did she not simply pull the mask off?
A masked wrestler's disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the Amazing Nine Tails, she would never dare unmask him. The case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room.
And by all means, Mr. Justice, answer it for us already. Hey,
First, Miss LaBelle entered the room where the mayor and alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative, right? Once the alderman was out cold. That's where Mr. LaBelle killed him. Next, he took the mayor, who he had also drugged, into the Forbidden Chamber. Then he returned to the Fox Chamber, slipped into some of the mayor's spare clothes, and he completely disguised himself by donning the Amazing Nine Tails mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. A scream that led Jinxie Tenma to the scene. So then, the person who said I killed Alderman Cubie was... Yep, that was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The mayor never actually confessed.
Silence.
There's no more guesswork. This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now stop your jabbering and...
No, you twisted samurai. This time you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Yeah, get that fucking fraud! Get that fucking fraud! Once Mr. Tenma left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the Forbidden Chamber. So he could drag the mayor back out into the Fox Chamber. Oh, so the Amazing Nine Tails the mayor saw was... Right, yes, Mr. LaBelle opening the Forbidden Chamber. The second time Mr. LaBelle opened the door to the Forbidden Chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch in his Tenma Taro disguise ran as fast as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Miss Tenma the scare of her life in the hallway. No one left to witness the events that had occurred. So LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the Fox Chamber.
I see. Well, that all certainly does make sense.
So when did the mayor get fucking whacked with the statue then? And after dragging the mayor back into the Fox Chamber, so LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence.
For this absurd theory to work, it requires the defendant be the Amazing Nine Tails. However,
It's just like when Phoenix told Francisca to drop the whip and read the court record.
that such an individual could possibly be the Amazing Nine Tails is preposterous.
He was being blackmailed into the merger. The mayor was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Tenma's life would have been in danger if he had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created a secret identity as the Amazing Nine Tails.
Gah! This is madness. No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot.
No one except a killer as insane as this plot, and I'd say Florent LaBelle more than qualifies.
Foolish mortal, it is at your own peril that forgets who I am.
Mayor Tenma, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe just as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the Amazing Nine Tails, aren't you?
Hi.
Jinxie? Oh, no. I thought Jinxie was gonna try to stop him from revealing a secret identity, but no. LaBelle has gone for another hair change. Ha ha ha! You have quite the active imagination. Mayor Tenma is not the Amazing Nine Tails. What do you mean? Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet? But that's
And even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Tenmataro here and right now. Oh no, I gotta hit him with the... Gotta hit him with the... He probably just ran to the bathroom real quick, you know? Shit.
Why, you would dare reveal the secret?
My good friend, the Alderman, told me all about it. But it wouldn't be good to expose the truth. What with the superstitions, now would it? The truth behind Tenmataro? What's he talking about? So go ahead, say it. Say, I am the Nine Tails. I dare you.
Objection!
Wait. Oh, so I love that they're both at the witness stand, which is implying they're both just standing in the witness stand, just trying to, like, push the other to the fucking side. Will somebody please explain what's going on here? Mayor Ten will do anything to keep the truth behind Tenmataro a secret. A dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the amazing Nine Tails, he'll expose the truth. Right. I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up.
So what now, Justice Donor?
Please, can you stop using fucking honorific? You are not Japanese.
Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle.
I'll show you who's useless. Apollo, don't you dare give up now. No, I know. Your Honor, only Mr. LaBelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the amazing Nine Tails is the cornerstone of this case.
You do have a point there.
Why was there white hair inside the mask? Mayor Tenma has black hair. Now, we had originally assumed the white here was from Alderman Cubey, who had white hair, but as we now know, Alderman Cubey was not the Nine Tails. The amazing Nine Tails was Mayor Tenma. So why was there white hair inside the mask? Well, who here has white hair? Well, as far as we know, only Alderman Cubey. However, there's someone who changes hair color on a practically hourly basis. Who's to say Florent LaBelle didn't have his hair dyed white that day? Because him and his fucking constantly changing hair colors and Alderman Cubey are the only two people who could have left white hair inside the mask. But we know that Alderman Cubey did not do that. I think that's how we're going to nail him on this.
Please answer the court, Mr. LaBelle. Is the defendant the amazing Nine Tails or not?
And I think LaBelle just now changing his hair color is meant to remind the player that, oh yeah, this guy fucking changes hair color like a goddamn chameleon. The amazing Nine Tails' true identity is not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. But if he did admit to such nonsense, I will expose the truth behind Tenmataro here and now. And that would bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. Talk about out of the pot and into the fire.
At this rate, the mayor will be found guilty for sure.
Honestly speaking, if Mayor Damien Tenma is not the amazing Ninetales, I'm afraid I don't see how the defense is much of a case here.
And let's just leave it at that, shall we? We all know Alderman QB was the amazing Ninetales anyway. I mean, that's how Ninetales Vale made a comeback. The Alderman was so popular.
There's gotta be a hole in that testimony somewhere. I don't even know where to start. We don't have any proof that the mayor is the amazing Ninetales. We'll just have to get him to admit it himself. He admits that LaBelle's gonna expose the secret behind Tenmataro. Ah, we're so close, I know it.
Hence, we cross-examine the witness.
What the fuck is the secret behind Tenmataro?
Mayor Tenma. Hey. So who is it?
This whole case only makes sense if the mayor is the amazing Ninetales. I know you used his mask to create this illusion of a locked room murder.
Silence.
Nothing more than idle speculation. You've no evidence now, have you?
Objection!
Mr. LaBelle knows that this statue originally looks like. That means he had to have been in the Fox Chamber while it was still locked tight.
Sorry, but I heard about the statue from Alderman QB. If you don't believe me, just ask him. Oh, but what's that? The Alderman's dead?
Hey, Phoenix? Yeah. Can you tell Maya? Can you get Maya to come down to the courthouse real quick? Yeah, we just need her for like 5 minutes, okay? Oh, she's coming. Okay, great. Yeah, can we wait like 15 minutes? Just give me 15 minutes and I'll get testimony from the fucking alderman if I have to. DL6, more like DL my fucking balls. I don't give a shit what happened fucking 17 fucking years ago. We're gonna get fucking testimony from a ghost if that's what it takes to solve this fucking case.
Looks like the joke's on you, my sweaty little friend.
Apollo, you mind if I wring his neck? Wait in line, because I'm going first.
My source is dead. Lol. Good argument.
I mean, yeah, no one can contradict it.
Temper. Anyway.
Hold it!
The only nonsense here in this court is you and your assertions.
Such anger is terrible for your skin, you know. Beauty is like a flower that blooms forth from a serene heart.
Excuse me?
I wouldn't expect a wilted peasant like you to understand. Perhaps this fragrance will help you blossom with you, and you bloom. Ah! You liked that, didn't you?
Enough jabbering about blossoms and whatnot. Get on with your testimony before I slice you into a bouquet of cut flowers.
Oh dear, please excuse me. As I was saying, the assertion of our wilted lawyer here is utter nonsense. It did admit to such nonsense.
Hold it!
You'd be arrested, wouldn't you?
Yes, it's true. I would be sacrificed upon the altar of justice despite my innocence. But what a terrible loss that would be for the future of humankind's cosmetic needs. It's a tragedy that must be averted. Defend me if you understand this.
The only terrible loss is the time wasted by your ceaseless yammering. If you would avert the tragedy awaiting you in that vexing visage of yours, then.
Was he a historian in Turkey? Many times he would use someone long dead as source, saying he told me so.
Yes, I know. Get on with my testimony. Anyhow, suffice to say, should the mayor admit that the defense is nonsense, I'll make good on my threat and I will expose the truth behind Tenmataro right here and right now. And just how did you learn of this so-called truth behind Tenmataro? Alderman QB told me all about it. The secret of the Forbidden Chamber and the truth behind Tenmataro. Why would he share secrets like that with you, Mr. LaBelle? Because of the alderman's wife. I was looking after her while she was hospitalized. He appreciated so much he shared the secrets with me. Wait, did he threaten the alderman in addition to the mayor? Don't tell me that's how he learned to open the Forbidden Chamber. And needless to say, I am not about revealing the truth behind Tenmataro. Ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just superstitions say. Do not gaze upon Tenmataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Isn't that what the village superstitions say? Exactly. Telling others what Tenmataro looks like would reveal the truth. That's why the superstitions were written down in the first place. And Ruin coming to the village if you free him. Is that a warning not to expose the truth? Bingo! And that truth is Tenmataro, who's a great, greed-inspiring fortune. That's why the whole battle over Ninetales Vale is about. Tenmataro is a great fortune. Come to think of it. Yeah, the fortune that was locked inside the Forbidden Chamber. But that was stolen by Filch's fucking grandfather years ago.
Only the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there.
Tenmataro actually be... Yeah, the Forbidden Chamber treasure. Telling the villagers that Tenmataro is a terrifying yokai is what has scared them away from the Forbidden Chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure's been kept secret this whole time. Well. It seems our ace attorney here has uncovered the truth that must not be revealed. Mayor Tenma looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tenmataro exists. That's why the secret must be protected. As long as Tenmataro exists, huh? But it's not there. Mr. LaBelle, please add that statement to your testimony.
Hold it!
So in other words, tragedy wouldn't occur at all if there was no Tenmataro. Yes, I suppose so, but that's wishful. This is LaBelle. Yes. You don't say. As long as Tenmataro exists, huh? How's the mayor supposed to admit to his secret identity now? We'll have to find a way to make him say it. Our entire case unravels. Must be a hole in LaBelle's testimony somewhere. Yeah. Because Tenmataro doesn't exist anymore. Because Filch's grandfather stole it like 70 fucking years ago. Holy shit.
Objection!
Mr. LaBelle, what if Tenmataro no longer existed? Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Tenmataro no longer existed? What on earth are you talking about? Oh, apparently you haven't heard. Tenmataro no longer exists. But I guess you didn't get to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you. Because when we searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there. Really? Well, maybe you weren't looking in the right place. Sorry, but I have proof that Tenmataro no longer exists. Take a look at this figure.
Well, what do we have here? It looks like some sort of creature.
You found it in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Azuki Kozo figure. The great thief Azuki Kozo used to leave them at the scene of his crimes. Are you suggesting that Tenmataro has been stolen? Yep. Phineas Filch's grandfather, A master thief was the culprit. And by that hideous, moronic caretaker's grandfather, no less. You! No! My beautiful golden Tenmataro was. The greed inspired by Tenmataro can no longer bring ruin upon the Ninetales Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Tenma?
The root of tragedy would indeed seem to be gone. In fact, I now recall the Alderman revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Tenmataro, for he said to me, the gold ingot was gone.
The gold ingot? You mean the treasure that is Tenmataro's true form?
Recall, if you will, the scroll in the Forbidden Chamber. Tenmataro is the yellowish object shown there. A giant gold ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Ninetales Vale.
So we don't have a good view of that. Ah, there we go.
In return for that gold, my ancestors did receive from Ninetales Vale land that would become Tenma Town.
I think we gotta switch back to the Tenma voice now.
But drive villagers mad with greed did this great fortune. Bitter was their greed-fueled battle. It was as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became a curse upon the village, a curse of ruin. Thus it was that the yokai Tenmataro came to be.
So Tenmataro and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away.
Fairy tale or not, Tenmataro made quite the mess of things.
Yes, indeed. For there is no greater monster than a mortal man's lust for gold.
Oh, you know what they say? Love of money is the root of all evil.
My ancestors did bring a terrible thing here of Ninetales Vale. A terrible thing that Tenmataro, a monster just as terrible, had to be created to keep its secret.
Out of this case, I actually like this twist. Yeah, I'm really liking this twist.
Yet we have naught but love for the little village to which we owe our very existence. Tenma Town would never seek to take over Ninetales Vale in a merger.
Right.
Oh my, that was quite a shocking lesson in history.
Here, Tenma, let me know Tenmataro no longer exists. Are you ready to admit your secret? You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? Yeah, Athena has been reading Das Kapital while we've been busy trying to figure out this case. No, don't do it. Please, no.
Be gone, you demented demon! Oh, now, where was I? The Golden Lord of the Yokai, the amazing Ninetales, is indeed me.
And that means, Jinxie?
Yes?
The man wearing the mayor's clothes who you saw collapse in the Fox Chamber. Was he wearing the amazing Ninetales mask?
Uh-huh. That's what made me think it was Papa. He said he was going to reveal his secret identity to Alderman QB that day, so it really wasn't Papa I saw there, was it?
It was Florent's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman.
Yeah, true. Goldman machines have a less elaborate setup than Lavelle's scheme.
You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. That monster's deception is through.
The true facts behind this case have finally come to light. Mayor Tenma did not kill Alderman QB, but Florent LaBelle did. How dare you, peasant! Ah! Ah! No!
Justice Donald, you should at least have a real blade in your hands if you decide to cross swords with me.
I do! The white hair inside the mask.
Or have you mistaken this battlefield for a trading ground?
What's this guy want now?
Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as if it were butter. But you have only blind guesses, a dull blade incapable of cutting even a cake.
He has you there, Mr. Justice. After all, evidence is everything in a court of law.
Yeah, right. Let's see some evidence. Of course, a perfect being like me wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence behind.
This is the final battle. Just as a samurai must live and die by the sword, you will live or die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment awaits. Now present your conclusive evidence, or don't you have any?
Oh, crud. Do I have anything conclusive? Of course I do. Evidence. Oh, I have evidence. You do? Of course. It's just the conclusive evidence we need too. I'm going to finally prove Mayor Tenma's innocent. Here comes justice. What the fuck is happening? Let's review the facts. The most damning evidence against the mayor was the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two people found in that room. Also, we thought the alderman was killed because he was in the Amazing Nine Tails. As we now know, of course, we were way off. The Amazing Nine Tails is really Mayor Damien Tenma. That's why when his daughter JC saw the Amazing Nine Tails collapse at the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence at the scene of the crime. He didn't say anything about evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he isn't as clever as you think he is. Any of the evidence found outside the crime scene provide any clues? The Amazing Nine Tails mask. Ooh! A clue! What is happening? Oh, I know. The Amazing Nine Tails mask. Oh, fuck, turn that off. Why are you on it? No, playing. Turn that shit off. What sort of clue does the mask hold? The white hair. What about the hair? Who does it belong to? Florent LaBelle, who dyed it using a special dye. The white hair! What is happening? What is this so cool? All right. That hair is Florent LaBelle's. Yes. Now that's what I call conclusive evidence.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have any conclusive evidence to present to this court?
That was fucking cool. I like that. Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will.
That mask? How is that conclusive evidence?
It's not the mask itself, but the white hair inside it. We originally thought it belonged to the Alderman Rex Cuby.
Yes, but the Amazing Nine Tails, as we now know, is Mayor Tenma, so...
That is correct. So the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer is that it's the last person to have worn it before it was discarded. It's called Thought Route. That makes sense. That would be you, Florent LaBelle. It's kind of like, Logic Dive from Danganronpa. What are you talking about? I never had hideous white hair like that.
Silence.
It would appear your coup de grace failed to hit its mark. This freakish fop is not the white hair type, because he's busy being a ludicrously garish color or another.
Action!
No, Prosecutor Blackquill. It's you who has made a fatal error.
What?
Remember where this mask was found? Washed up by the side of the river. With that in mind, and solve all the remaining riddles. Is his natural hair color white? I mean, that would explain why he's able to, that would explain why he's able to fucking dye it so easily, because they're like dark, like brown hair would be really hard to dye like blonde without using without bleaching it first. Did they address Blackwill's stupid argument? Which one? The one that Filch opened the door and didn't see Tenma, therefore Tenma must have been the one to open the door? No, we literally never touched on that because it was literally not even worth addressing.
Take that!
That's...
What is that?
This is Mr. LaBelle's own private brand of hair color. It washes out with just water. The court will also recall the amazing Ninetales mask, washed up along the side of the river, with white hair inside it.
What's this? Are you saying that preening Peacock's hair color is?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. LaBelle's hair color is a freaky work of fiction, but thanks to the river flowing through Ninetales Vale, we now have a real-life expose. Bailiff, get a bucket of water! Ah! The white hair in this mask is conclusive evidence proving you're the real killer. A DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know we'll get a match. Why don't we do that from the start? Admit it. Florent LaBelle, you're the one who killed Alderman Rex Cubey. That's my boy! Peasant, how dare you! My beauty, like a bug, like a dissemination, like a dead. Ah! Oh, my makeup! Bro, sweating so much! Hello? This is LaBelle. What? The project is off? This is LaBelle. The sponsors have pulled out. LaBelle speaking. I'm fired. You mean I'm no longer Mayor Tenma's aide? Hello? This is LaBelle. What? That's just stratospheric damages claim against me? $100 million. I'm finished! Washed up! Stick a fork in me! I'm done! So how old is he actually?
This is preposterous. Simon Blackquill, defeated.
Finally, after 4 months? Jesus Christ!
Order in the court. Well, this is quite the unexpected outcome. I must hand it to you, Mr. Justice. You really turned this case on its head, just like that other lawyer, Phoenix Wright.
Bro, I've turned like 5 different cases on their head in front of you in like the past year. What are you talking about? Wait, that was a compliment, right? This was not even my biggest fucking turnabout. Like, come on, I defeated fucking Christoph Gavin.
Prosecutor Blackquill, what have you done with Florent LaBelle?
The defaced man is withered like a flower without water. One of the officers is currently tending to him with a sprinkler.
But did that just wash even more of his makeup off?
Allow me to explain the actions of the guilty party in detail.
You forgot because it was months ago since he last saw you.
The motive, of course, was to steal the gold ingot known as Tenma Taro.
Yeah.
However, few are allowed into the manor due to its cultural ties to Ninetales Vale. LaBelle set in motion plans to gain access to the manor and the gold within via the merger. But the efforts of the amazing Nine Tails saw these plans come to a halt, and thus LaBelle murdered the alderman and had to pin the blame on Mayor Tenma.
Right.
I see. But what I still can't comprehend is, why would he go after the gold in the first place? Mr. LaBelle doesn't look like someone who's in need of financial aid.
LaBelle hid his past well, much like he hid his beauty with makeup. He's mired in debt. Debt due to pouring money into a brand only he could love.
Bro took out a fucking like $1 million loan to start his own fucking product of fucking cosmetics that he then refused to sell, and so he fucking tried fucking destroy like 2 cities and murder multiple people in order to get a fucking gold ingot to pay it back. Holy shit.
Which is why he sought the gold with such veracity.
Too bad for him. Someone else had gotten to it first anyway. Yeah, this whole fucking thing was meaningless because the gold fucking... It's just somewhere. We don't fucking know what fucking Filch's grandfather even did with the damn thing. Oh my god.
I believe it's time to declare the verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma, not guilty.
Let's go.
Court is adjourned.
$19, 1:23 p.m. District Court at lobby number 3. That was some seriously good lawyering, Apollo. Even I didn't see that coming. Just got lucky, I guess. He could have spent it all of them on alcohol and drugs. Vanished Tenmataro from Nine Tails Vale like you're some kind of exorcist. There's still one thing I don't understand. How come Mr. LaBelle didn't kill Mayor Tenma too? Just set it up so the mayor murdered the alderman, then died from a counterattack. That would have removed at least one possible fly from the ointment. I was wondering about that too. But I have a hunch LaBelle is biding his time. He's planning on exposing the amazing Nine Tails' true identity himself. Huh? But why? Because the mayor was the amazing Nine Tails. Had LaBelle succeeded in framing Mayor Tenma for the alderman's murder, the wrestler's popularity would have plummeted once his identity was revealed. Oh, I get it. The amazing Nine Tails was just killed. He'd die a hero. But he was proved a villain. The municipal merger would go through. His fans would abandon him, making the merger that much easier. Right. Then, when the merger was complete and everything was cooled down, he'd be able to search the Forbidden Chamber at his leisure. Wow! Phoenix being actually fucking smart? Wow, that's crazy how that happens when he's not the playable character, for fuck's sake! Stop making Phoenix the playable character! Just... He's so much better when he's allowed to actually be smart! If you were to rank all the Ace Attorney games you finished, let me get through to the end of the case, and then I'll do that afterwards. What an insanely intricate plot!
A most excellent job clearing my name. A feat worthy of the Demon Lord's approval.
Oh, why are you acting like Temataro again?
Let this be of no concern to you.
How can it not concern me?
Temataro begun!
Ah! Jinxie. Seems like ages since I've laid eyes on you.
Papa, you're finally back.
Yes, it would seem Tenmataro is no match for you.
I'm not scared of that silly yokai anymore.
Your father's a free man, Jinxie. Isn't that great? Thank you for all you've done. Seeing you guys in action, it made me feel like I don't have to be afraid anymore. Wait, is Jinxie actually smiling?
This is all thanks to you two. You met the amazing Ninetales. I'll have to retire, though.
Aw, how come?
Once everyone hears I'm the amazing Ninetales, my fan base will nosedive. After all, I'm not the most popular of people. Another reason for my secret identity. I don't see how I could possibly continue.
You just gotta give it a shot. I think you've misjudged yourself. Take a look outside.
Say, now that you mention it, what's all the noise out there?
Big crowd gathered outside the courthouse once the news broke. Seems they want to get a glimpse of Mayor Damien Tenma, the man behind the mask, and to root for your return to the wrestling ring.
Rooting? For me? But I thought I was nothing more than a malefactor in their eyes.
Yeah, but now they've seen the truth. The only one who really mattered is Jinxie. Shh. What really matters is Jinxie. Show her how cool you really are. Yeah, you're coolest when you're out there fighting in the ring, Papa.
Jinxie.
Here. I don't think you'll be needing this.
Take that!
Thank you. Now, if you would excuse me. I don't want to keep my fans waiting.
Bro, what the fuck?
Ninetales Vale forever!
I sure hope they can settle the problems between Tenma Town and Ninetales Vale. Me too. I'm sure they'll be fine. After all, the blackmailer slash killer is behind bars and the merger's no longer an issue. Plus, the amazing Ninetales is obviously still ahead. And I suspect Ninetales Vale will be too. It's all because we believed in our client, just like you said. Okay, people. Now that we got that one in the bag, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Sounds good. I'm so nervous I haven't eaten since yesterday. Better keep eating, Apollo. You might have to start looking up to me. Ah! I'm definitely past my growth phase, and you should be past yours too. Are you kidding me? I'm just getting started. Ready or not? It's face stuffing time. Keep eating like that, and the only direction you'll grow is sideways. Oh my god! Apollo! A lot of Turkish nationalists make the wolf symbol he just made. Very funny. I've got a hollow leg. I can eat as much as I want without getting an ounce. Really? Wow, I can't wait to see this. Calories? Just let him try to stick on me. Alright, you two. Let's get going before the old man closes shop. Eldune's Noodles is an all-night stand! Yes! Yes! That's my goal!
Hey, welcome to Eldune's Noodles. What do you have? Salt! I got salt! And more salt! And much more salt! Oh, Apollo, is that... I see you've scraped your knee. Please, let, Dr. Eldune take a look at you 1 second. Phoenix, what do you want? The salt? I'll get you some salt! Oh, yes, I think you should take, 2 aspirins. That should be about fine.
God, I fucking love Eldune. Please, bring him back. I need him. He's like the best fucking... He's like Eldune and fucking, like, it's crazy because, like, Turnabout Corner is arguably the, like, least interconnected case in all of, like, in Apollo Justice, but, like the characters in it are just so fucking good. Eldune and, like, Big Wins Kitaki. Apollo Justice is just goated all around. I'm at this right. Let's go.
I've been waiting for a bowl from there ever since Mr. Wright told me about them. Well, what are we waiting for?
The noodles are on me today, so I expect some serious eating from you two.
Yay, thanks, boss.
We never get to see Phoenix and Eldoon interact. No, bring him back.
I won't let you down.
She has no idea what she's getting into. Mr. Eldoon's noodles are so hot and salty. 2 bowls would kill a man.
That was our first case together.
Oh yeah, I forgot this was a flashback.
And I felt like nothing could bring us down after that.
Yeah, then Apollo got fucking bombed.
Dark Age of the Law seems so distant, so irrelevant to our small, cozy office. Little did I know. It had been lurking all along. Right there, behind us. First time it made itself known was during the murder at Themis Legal Academy. That case marked the twilight before the dark, cold night that was to come.
Okay. So we'll get one more case, then the explosion, so we have one more flashback case, then we'll actually, so this is taking a very similar approach to Ace Attorney Investigations, where we get the first case that is a sort of setup for the big final case, then we get flashback cases that give us everything that happened before the first case, and then the last case actually ties up the story, which I thought was a really cool way to do it for a really cool way to do it for investigations. We're gonna see how well these connect, because I think if the cases aren't, because like I guess I'm kind of just struggling to see how this case is gonna connect to the bombing of the courthouse. So we'll have to see, but I'm excited to see how it progresses.
She's insisting that she never appeared again in the trial of her friend's father.
Oh yeah, I forgot she and Jinxie were friends. I guess she was busy eating noodles with Eldoon, which makes sense. I would be too. Turnabout Academy. All right, let's quickly watch the preview for the next trial, and then we'll talk a little bit about this case. So yeah, let's just watch the intro for Turnabout Academy.
Themis Legal Academy,
Ooh.
a prestigious high school with alumni in the highest echelons of the legal world.
Okay. Interesting. The fuck? Alright, well that told me fucking nothing. So we are gonna leave that there. Okay. Alright, yeah. Ace Attorneys 1 and 2 Dual Destinies made by Yamazaki, not Shutakumi, like Apollo and the Great Ace Attorney. Okay. Investigations 1 and 2, Dual Destinies, Spirit of Justice are all made by Yamazaki. Shutakumi made 1 through 4, and the Great Ace Attorney 1. Wait, I thought Apollo Justice was by a different guy. I thought Takumi didn't do Apollo Justice, and that's why it was so different. Takumi.
Without a true honor, so let's get together, see what we can uncover.
Yeah, he was still
Shoot, but Yamazaki was involved into that.
yeah, here we go. Yeah, he directed Shu Takumi directed the first three Ace Attorney games, but he did not direct Apollo Justice. He did help write it. But it was directed by Mitsuru Endo, who yeah, he only was involved in Apollo Justice, apparently. Interesting. And then Yamazaki. Takeshi Yamazaki. He was involved in the first game. Worked on game planning. He also planned Apollo Justice. And then, yeah, he directed both of the Investigations games, Dual Destinies, and Spirit of Justice. Interesting.
This is one of the RFTA only in Ace Attorney 1.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, from what I can see here, he was involved in Ace Attorney 1, then he came back to help with Apollo Justice, and then he then worked on the Investigations. And I guess, yeah, then he took over the series, because then came Investigations, Dual Destinies, and Spirit of Justice, and then Shu Takumi came back for Great Ace Attorney, I'm guessing. So, yes, Ace Attorney game rankings. Okay, so let me think, because I've got the first one, second one, third one, Apollo Justice, and the first Investigation. Those are the 5 I played. So, top of the list, Apollo Justice, without a doubt. Right below it, I'm gonna say Trials and Tribulations is gonna be at the bottom. I do think so, yeah. I'm gonna say Apollo Justice, Miles Edgeworth Investigations 1, Justice for All, Ace Attorney, the original, Trials and Tribulations. That's what I'm gonna go with, I think. Because Apollo Justice, I think, is the best. Trials and Tribulations does have one of my favorite cases in the series, Stolen Turnabout, but I find the rest of it kind of mid.
AJ, A1, JFA, A1, TZ.
Yes, exactly. That's how I would rank them. Yeah, I think Apollo Justice is overall really good. Then Ace Attorney Investigations, I thought was also fantastic. I absolutely loved my time with Investigations. Then Trials and Tribulations, really did not enjoy it that much, I'm gonna be honest. I liked Stolen Turnabout. I thought Stolen Turnabout was great, and I love Gatto's character, but beyond that, I think it's got a lot of issues, particularly with just the fact that, like, the entire story kind of builds up to Bridge to the Turnabout, but Bridge to the Turnabout, in my opinion, was a really big letdown. And the problem with sort of having all your cases build up to something is that when you do something like Apollo Justice or Ace Attorney Investigations, where the build-up builds up to a really good case, that works great. But when you build up to a case that I personally don't enjoy, it kind of makes all the build-up it ruins the build-up, because then the build-up was just building to shit. So, should I add the ones you haven't finished? Yeah, sure. Give me your full ranking. I don't really think it probably won't influence my opinions. I don't like to be I don't generally get influenced that much by what other people think. But yeah, I just the bridge to the turnabout was really disappointing, and I think just sours the entirety of Trials and Tribulations for me. Then I talked about Investigations, just really good, really good. I love the gameplay. And yeah, so then that just leaves Justice for All and Ace Attorney 1, which is tough because Ace Attorney 1 does have Rise from the Ashes, which I would still say is probably my favorite case in the entire series. But like, if we just compare case for case, right? The first case of Justice for All is, in my opinion, better than the first case of Ace Attorney. The second case, I forget, it's it's Turnabout Concussion or something like that. The Forgotten Turnabout, right? The Forgotten Turnabout versus the first Turnabout, or Turnabout Beginnings, one of the two. The other one's Mia's flashback case, right? I think Forgotten Turnabout is better. Then the second case, it's Turnabout Reunion versus Turnabout Sisters. Turnabout Reunions is one of my favorite cases in the series. I think Turnabout Sisters is good, but Turnabout Reunions completely fucking clears the floor with it. Then third case, Turnabout Big Top versus Turnabout Samurai. This one I will say I do prefer. Well, I think Samurai and Big Top are both good. I'd have a hard time putting one above each other. I'm just gonna say there's some things I prefer about Samurai, some things I prefer about Big Top. So I'm just gonna say they're roughly equal. And then you get to the fourth case, and it's Turnabout Goodbyes versus Farewell My Turnabout. Both fantastic cases. Farewell My Turnabout is better though, easily. So yeah, I just think Justice for All basically does everything Ace Attorney 1 does, but just better. The only thing it lacks is Rise from the Ashes, which is why I would probably actually put Ace Attorney 1 and Justice for All on equal ground if we're counting Rise from the Ashes, but it's kind of hard because Rise from the Ashes wasn't part of the original Ace Attorney 1. So like, just Ace Attorney 1 below Justice for All. If we're counting Rise from the Ashes, then I'd say they're about even. Justice for All, yeah, very much like Justice for All. Apollo Justice, yep. Ace Attorney 1, Ace Investigations 1, Ace Attorney 1, The Great Ace Attorney 1, Trials and Tribulations, The Great Ace Attorney 2, Bitter Justice, Dual Destinies. Not sure which of the two I like more. Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney, right? And then, Investigations 2 on the very bottom. Is it really that bad? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I think at least out of the games that I have played, that's pretty close to my ranking. Obviously, the top three are in a different order, but other than that, yeah, that is quite similar to my ranking. So it will be interesting to see where Dual Destinies ends up placing, because it's still way too early. Because like, I do think is it the Exploding Turnabout, the first one? I do think that is probably one of the worst cases in the series by far. This case, however, I really fucking like this case. This case was right up my fucking alley. It feels a lot like Turnabout Samurai, that sort of case, with the fucking costumes and shit. I love costumes. I fucking love costumes. Turnabout Samurai, fucking case 3 in Danganronpa 1. I'm in the minority about Ace Attorney. Okay, interesting. But yeah, most of the fun and loves too. That's second best for most. Interesting. Yeah, that will be. Yeah, I'm interested to see, because so far, Dual Destinies. Never at all. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, I thought the first case was garbage. I really liked this case. I think it was a really solid one. Not like my favorite cases, right? In terms of like, because I think it's fair to like rank cases against cases that like sort of take the same slot. Like, it's not fair to like compare the Exploding Turnabout to like Farewell My Turnabout, because it's a tutorial one. But even compared to the other tutorial cases, it sucks. If we're comparing you know, the monstrous turnabout to the other second cases, right? Turnabout Sisters, I'd say I like them roughly evenly. Turnabout Reunions is better. And Turnabout Reunions is better. Turnabout Corner is better. Turnabout, Stolen Turnabout is like the best case in Trials and Tribulations, so of course it's better. So, I don't like Turnabout Samurai either, so it's understandable they disagree on this case. Most people tend to dislike Turnabout Samurai and Turnabout Big Top for that matter. I don't know. I've always enjoyed those. I've always found them quite fun. But yeah. Yeah, I just I think it's just a mid-level case. I wouldn't put it above the best. Like I do think it's generally on the lower half of 2 cases because, like, let's be honest, that 2 slot is actually the second case slot is actually very fucking strong. It might not seem like it because it's, you know, the second case in the game, but like Turnabout Sisters, pretty good. Turnabout Reunions, fantastic. Stolen Turnabout, one of the best cases of the series. Turnabout Corner, also quite good. So it's I do think I really like this case. It's just up against some really fucking good cases because, like, the second cases tend to be really good. Villain was good, yeah. My favorite part of Samurai is easily when Edgeworth and Phoenix actually just start teaming up on the villain. I forgot what her name is, but yeah. Phoenix and Edgeworth just straight up just teaming up on her was fucking fantastic. And one of the reasons why Edgeworth is like one of the best prosecutors, because like you never do that shit with Franziska. Franziska never fucking helps you. They could have fucking had her help you during during Farewell My Turnabout, but instead they just fucking shot her and replaced her with Edgeworth, which I'm not going to complain about. But it feels like I feel like that's kind of an issue with replacing fucking Franziska with Edgeworth at the end of Justice for All. It kind of just like robs Franziska of any opportunity for like character development. I think because like she would have had to actually make some D. Vasquez, yeah, because like I really like Edgeworth like choosing to like being willing to lose the case to save Maya's life. I think a conundrum like that would have actually been really interesting to see Franziska, how she would handle something like that. But instead, she just doesn't get any character development. Gato does get some good development in his case. I do like that. But yeah, he's always he would never help. Like Franziska and Gato would never actually actively help right. So like having Edgeworth from the start, like being like, hey, you know what? I'm ready. I'm willing to help you out if it means getting to the truth. That was a great character moment for him. It's part of why I think Edgeworth's character arc is like the best in the series. Obviously Clavier was like that from the very start, but he's on a level above that simply can't be reached by your average prosecutor, let's be honest. But yeah, it's yeah, I'm enjoying. I enjoyed Monstrous Turnabout. I'm excited to see where the game goes. I like the idea of a murder in like a high school. That's gonna be interesting. So yeah, I'm interested to see where Dual Destinies will end up in my rankings. So and you know, obviously when I move on to Spirit of Justice, the second Investigations, and then the Great Ace Attorney games, how those will end up falling in there. Most disappointing part of JFA. I like her now. I used to not like her before she wasted. Yeah, essentially, she basically like. She's not, like, they build her up by saying the prosecutor is Von Karma and you think fucking Big Daddy Von Karma is gonna be, like, when I heard the name Von Karma during Turnabout Reunions, I fully expected that Manfred Von Karma was gonna show up to the courthouse in fucking shackles, like prosecuting while serving his term in prison, like fucking Blackquill is doing. The difference being that I think having Manfred back would have been cool as shit. But no, instead it turned out to be his fucking bratty daughter. But like, I feel like Franziska has like basically no character. She's like flat as a piece of fucking bread, right? Like Edgeworth, one of the best developed characters in the franchise. Gatto, as much as I hate him as a prosecutor, he's actually as a character, he's fantastically written. Xavier Gavin, my beloved. Prosecutor Blackquill, we shall see. I'm seeing some things that I'm starting to like, you know? So, I have high hopes for Prosecutor Blackquill. I think he could be an interesting character. So we'll have to see how he develops throughout the rest of the game. But, Franziska, she just has no character. She gets no character development. She has no depth. Her whole thing is just, I'm a bitch, I prosecute, and I whip people. And, like, she's not even that good of a prosecutor. Like, that was basically Manfred, right? She's essentially Manfred von Karma, but horribly incompetent, you know? So it just feels, Manfred is the tutorial prosecutor. I don't know. I feel like Franziska she just falls flat. I mean, I like her. I enjoy her. She's entertaining. I think she's hot. But, like, as a character, she's really disappointing. And she really stands out, I think, as the worst of the prosecutors. Not in terms of skills. I think that's obviously Gatto. But just in terms of, like, as a character, she's easily the worst of the prosecutors. And it's not even close. Yeah, because, like, her whole thing was, like, getting vengeance on Right. Which is, in a lot of ways, her motivations and Gatto's motivations are very similar, right? She wants to get vengeance on Right for putting her father behind jail, where he ended up eventually dying. Gatto wants to get vengeance on Right because he sees Right as sort of, dishonoring Mia's legacy, I guess? Or he kind of also blames Right for Mia's death a little bit as well. So, like, they both have very similar motivations. The difference is Gatto's motivations actually get explored. It leads to him, it eventually leads to him committing a murder, and it leads to all, this whole character thing at the end with him realizing, I've been wrong all along. Franziska never fucking gets that because she's not involved in the final case at all. Like, Franziska von Karma is in 2 cases in the entire series. That's insane to me, right? Like, she shows up for tournament reunions, then she's there for Tournament Big Top, then she gets fucking shot and exits stage right, and she just basically never comes up again. She shows up during Ace Attorney investigations, but let's be honest, she doesn't really do much during those games either. If anything, the most developed character in that game is probably Investigator Lang.
Lang, she says. Franziska is a bitch-ass motherfucker.
But I don't know. As Etra that defeated Phoenix on Franziska, that's what her story was building up to. When did Edgeworth defeat Phoenix? If anything, the person that defeated Phoenix was Clavier, but that's because Kristoff set it up. Edgeworth didn't defeat Phoenix. In 2-4? I mean, I guess he had Phoenix on the ropes, but he chose not to get the guilty verdict. He had Phoenix on the rope, and then he chose to delay the guilty verdict to give the police time to rescue, to give the police time to rescue Maya. Yeah, okay. I guess you could consider that him defeating Phoenix. But yeah, that would have been cool to see Franziska actually achieve her goal, defeating Phoenix. But then she learns that if she fucking, takes her vengeance on Phoenix and, like, defeats him in her father's name, Maya is gonna get killed. So she has to make the choice. Do I, go down the path of vengeance and defeat Phoenix and let Maya die? Or do I relent? And, it would have been cool to see her realizing that, vengeance isn't the right path. It's not the right motivation for a prosecutor to have. Because that was the Edgeworth's whole thing, right? His whole thing was not vengeance on Phoenix, but vengeance on defense attorneys in general and criminals for what he presumed to be the man who killed his father, Yanni Yogi, being allowed to walk free without repercussions. even though, you know, he believed that Yogi was guilty, even though he wasn't. Right? And the whole first game is about Edgeworth realizing that his perception of the world is flawed, and that being a prosecutor should be about reaching the truth, nothing else. And that's his whole character arc in the first game. Franziska should have had a similar character arc, with realizing, wait, doing this for revenge against Phoenix is stupid. The point of a prosecutor is, you know, like that's not the point of prosecution. So she would then relent, delay the final verdict, thus allowing the police to save Maya. You know, like, and then she still gets to win because Matt Onguard gets convicted in the end, even though that was, you know, mainly through Phoenix's help. So like, it would be a thing where like she could, you know, she would throw away her crusade for vengeance to save Maya's life, but then in the end, you know, by stopping to pursue her vengeance and actually focusing on being an honest prosecutor, she eventually does end up beating right. That would have been very fucking cool. That would have been a fantastic character arc. But they just get rid of it to just have Edgeworth show up again, which, like, I'm not complaining. I love Edgeworth. But I do think he gets a bit too much, like, god treatment in the Ace Attorney games. Like, I get that he was, like, the first prosecutor, but, like, still. Like, why does it, like, Franziska shows up in Ace Attorney Investigations and proceeds to once again get 0 character development for the entire fucking game. She sucks ass once again. It's like Edgeworth just stealing every single shred of character development that is allowed to be had. Anytime they need a recurring character, Edgeworth, you know? Like, why? I don't know, man. I just think it's oh, absolutely. Like, I love Edgeworth, and I'm never gonna complain about seeing more of Edgeworth because I love Edgeworth. That being said, the way the Ace Attorney team just fucking gargles fucking Edgeworth balls like 24/7 is a problem because it just takes away from other characters. Like, did you know that Ace Attorney Investigations was originally meant to be, the protagonist of Ace Attorney Investigations was originally meant to be, Emma. It was originally meant to be Emma, not Edgeworth. And yeah, and it would have, you know, it would have followed her time studying abroad in Europe, which would have been cool because we would have actually gotten to see the how fucked up the legal system is in Europe in the Ace Attorney universe, which would have been fun. And it would have probably featured scientific investigation a lot more. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy having, you know, the Edgeworth Gumshoe team up once again, and the Kay Faraday storyline was really cool, and the whole Yatagarasu thing. Like, I really enjoy Ace Attorney Investigations, but I do think it's kind of a missed opportunity not to have an Emma-centric game, because I think Emma is one of my favorite fucking characters in the franchise. So I would have loved to play as AJ Emma. She's one of my favorite characters in the series. Well, yeah, it would be kind of sort of like I think it was meant to be during her time in Europe, so it would mostly be Rise from the Ashes Emma, or at least a sort of middle point in between two of them. But I don't know. I'm just ranting at this point. Still, you know, I still enjoy Ace Attorney Investigations. Like, every time Edgeworth shows up, I enjoy it. I just think it's usually a wasted opportunity to give a spotlight to another character that desperately needs it. Oh yeah, AJ. I mean, I love both versions of Emma. I think, like, she's one of my favorite characters in the series. But yeah. I think I've said about enough. I think we're gonna be. I think we'll end the stream here. I do say this standing desk thing has actually been quite a success. I very much. Yeah, I've been. My feet are starting to feel a little bit sore. So at this point is when I would, you know, transition back to sitting on a chair. But, like, you know, that was roughly like, you know, 2 hours. 2 hours sitting, 2 hours standing, and then just swap back and forth between those. I think that's gonna make longer streams a lot more viable. Yeah, so yeah, I think this will be I'll definitely be doing a bit more of this in the future. Plus, it gives me a little more freedom of movement, which is nice. So yeah, that being said, we're gonna end today's stream here. Thank you for watching. That's a great stream. Have a nice day, man. Yeah, thanks for being here. Next stream, let me think. We're switching to we're switching to equal parts Persona 5, Persona 3 Dual Destinies now, rather than prioritizing Persona 5. I think now we're gonna be able to stream it more often, so it's fine to just do 3. So the next stream is gonna be Persona 5, and it might be us finishing Persona 5 actually, which would be wild. It probably won't be the last Persona 5 stream, because I'd still like to do like a bonus thing where I like watch alternate endings and stuff like that, but whatever. Next Persona 5 stream might be the final one, and that will probably be tomorrow, if I had to guess. So yeah, tomorrow will probably be Persona 5, then Persona 3 will probably be Thursday? Yeah, probably Persona 3 on Thursday. So in the next Ace Attorney stream is probably gonna be... I'm gonna be busy this weekend, so... I think maybe next Tuesday we'll probably be continuing Dual Destinies, if I had to guess. But you know, give or take, we shall see. So yeah, with that being said, I'm gonna end the stream here, and I will see you all either tomorrow or Wednesday with some Persona 5. So let's see another stream. Yeah, have fun. All right, yeah, see y'all. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe.